Today, we're having in our midst what we call the leaders of tomorrow. We have the students here. And it's always a very special time having them. And our reason is very simple. We're trying to expose these young ones to what's happening in the oil and gas sector, so that as they begin, as they study and as they go ahead, they begin to set themselves on this path. All right? So it's going to be a very special session for our young ones. So if you're here, if you chaperoned any of the schools, or you're a school administrator or someone who is interested in the next generation, you're definitely in the right place. And we really value your inputs during this session today. All right. So once again, I want us to welcome our VIPs, very specially all the students that are here and the teachers that came with them. Let's put a round of applause for them, please. All right. Some of us are clapping like we miss our school days. Let's put our hands together for them one more time. By the way, you're all looking very sharp this morning. All right, so as we gather here to explore the solutions for Africa's energy future, we're not just discussing projects and programs, but we're laying the groundwork for a transformative energy landscape that will propel our continent into a new era of sustainable development. Now, without further delay, we'll kick off this session with the first segment, and that's an enlightening presentation by Dr. Abraham Magoze. But before I call him up, I want to let you know that this session is sponsored by Energy Business Total Solutions Limited. I want us to put a round of applause for them. And the CEO and Managing Director of Energy Business Total Solutions is Dr. Abraham Magoze. So Dr. Eju will lead us through this student energy session. It will be a very vital conversation that touches on the future of energy through the lens of the young minds and the importance of education in driving sustainable energy solutions. Dr. Eju's passion and expertise are sure to inspire and to challenge these young ones so that they can harness the potential of the next generation of energy leaders that we're building in our institution of learning. So ladies and gentlemen, I want you to welcome the MD and CEO of Energy Business Total Solutions, Dr. Abraham Magoze Eju. A round of applause for him. Dr. Eju, you have the floor.
Yeah. Good morning, all. Good morning. Thank you again. Thanks to the organizers of this event. And we also want to acknowledge the fact that the Nigeria International Energy Summit is one event that has stood out. Can you hear me clearly? Okay, it's one event that has stood out peculiar. Why do I say it's peculiar? Because from when it started 2018, they've always reached out to the students. I remember 2018, they brought in students even from the universities, from the senior secondary, and also the junior secondary schools. And we had used the ECOWAS Parliament. And you know, as time went on, they've said, no, let's focus on the senior secondary students, the science students, because these are students that are about to take decisions. They are about to get into higher institutions. So let them understand the issues that, you know, that are being discussed, what is happening, because energy drives the world. And so by the time you go in, by the time you are doing your research, you know that this is not just to get a degree, that we are looking for solutions, that there are real problems, there are real challenges. You understand? And I want to commend, this initiative, and that's why we are doing what we can to support what the organizers, Brevity and Undersea, the federal government of Nigeria, Ministry of Petroleum, what they are doing concerning the Nigeria International Petroleum Summit. So please, let's give them a round of applause in appreciation. Let's just give them a round of applause. We really thank them. I think their seat is reserved here. Please, you can sit down there. So, without much ado, we're going to Again, I want to welcome the 3 schools that we invited this year. Every year we invite various schools. I think this year we have invited the Brightak. This is not their first time. Brightak schools, Abuja, and then the GSS Wuye, and then Platinum Mines School. Is this all your students? Okay, so we'll just kick off. When they come to join us, I thought you have your other colleagues, your other students, are they out? It's important they are here for something. They should not disappear. It's not here for, if they are here, they should come and they should sit down. You know, the organizers, they've gone a long way to do this. And I've just told you that there's a reason for this. Okay. Where did they go to? Okay, but they've been away for some time. But we need to go on, because by 11 o'clock, the students will be going for some exhibition tour, where you go and meet some of these companies who will further tell you what they are doing, right? So we need to keep to time. So without much ado, can we have the slide? Can we have the slide? Can we have the slide that we want to go on with now?
Covering the sense.
Okay. So we want to be talking this morning in about an hour. We're going to be talking about energy and the future of Africa. Energy and the future of Africa. So let's go. And we're going to be running it through this format. We're going to look at energy and why it is important to society. And we're going to look at the sources of energy, and then the energy in Africa. Because as we said, this conference is focused on Africa, Nigeria, Africa, and what are the issues and what are the solutions that we're going to bring to the issues. And then we're going to look at energy potentials of Africa. Energy potentials, you can find some seat here, please. Energy potentials of Africa, and then we're going to look at energy transition, and then conclusion, and then the big question for Africa. Next slide, please. So let's start with this, energy and its importance. Energy and its importance. Energy, you know, I would have been asking you guys, because you are students, what before going to this slide. Anyway, we've exposed it to you already, because you are supposed to be science students. So, energy is the capacity or ability to do work. Energy is ability to do work. And we've said energy is essential for activities of modern society. So the capacity to do work, some of you were here just now when there was power failure. You see, the whole place changed. Nobody can transmit, you can't even see properly, you know. So it is essential for most activities in modern society. Its use or its consumption is generally taken as an index. Look at it. The way you measure the standard of living of a society is based on the use or consumption of energy. How much energy, if you have 10 people, maybe there's a society that have 10 people as their population, you say how much energy can be allocated to each person among the 10. Then you see further, then you then be able to say this society, they have a high standard of living or they have a low standard of living. We use energy in the form of, you know, firewood, we know fossil fuel, electricity to make life comfortable. Next slide, please. So some of the uses of energy. There are so many, but these are just some of the uses. Cooking. Most of you know that it is almost impossible to imagine a diet that is raw food. You know, we say energy is the ability to do work. The work that is done. Work is distance, you know. Distance, what's work? Who knows what's work? Distance over. Work is what? So you can see something that can move a force, and force times distance. So when you put a raw food and you start generating it, you know, molecules are moving, you know, things are happening, and then you are eating the food to the point where it becomes a state where you can take it safely. That is energy. Eating and cooling. For this part of the world where the climate is hot, is cooling. You enter into your car, you need to cool. You go to the temperate region. When you get into your car, it's an heater that you turn because it's cold. And all these are all different forms of energy. Technology. We only have to thank energy for pushing humanity into modern era. Today, you know, you can organize a conference like this without the people physically sitting down. Today, you can have part of a committee member in Australia, another in Japan, another, and they will be on a platform and they will successfully do the program. You don't need to travel. It's all energy that is driving this. All these are energy solutions. Transportation. Without the availability of energy, humans would have still been stuck using horses. Even at the time you use horse, the horse still needs to burn some energy. But you just have been stuck using horses. You know what it will take you if you want to move from here, even just to Lagos, without the modern means of transportation. Not to talk about you want to move from here to Canada. So these are some of the things that energy. So when you say you use energy to measure the standard of living, you understand what it means. Because if you don't have it, you go to some societies, you go to a city, you have different means of transportation that even when you own a car, you don't need to use the car. You have the option of using the train, you have the option of using a bus, you have the option of using a tram. That one is running inside the city like a taxi. And they have their track, so there's nothing like traffic jam, and all these things are driven by energy. Electricity, different form of energy, you know, fuel, electric cars, solar, different forms of energy. And so you can measure, when you have all this, you can say, yes, this society is having a high standard of living. Light, that one is well known. Without light, there are societies that you just depend on the natural light, the moon, the sun, but there are societies that they are lit up 24 hours, 7 days a week, because they've been able to harness energy. They've been able to harness energy. It's taken for granted. So before light bulbs were invented, people usually slept early because at night it's hard to have any work done. But now it's not the same. With light bulb, we've pushed our productivity further because we've been able to conquer strain at night. You go to a city, you can't tell between day and night. There's nothing. It's difficult for one kidnapper, because every year is just littered. There's nowhere for one crook to go and hide or do one thing. It's very minimized. So this is what energy does, and there are a lot more than this. This is just some of it. So now let's look at the sources of energy. For you guys, this should be more like a recap. Yes, next slide, please. So energy sources can be classified broadly into two, what we call the non-renewable energy sources and the renewable energy sources. So what is the difference? Can anyone guess? Yes. Very good. Please, let's appreciate her. That's good. So she has just told us, but let's see next slide. So, like just what she said. What's your name? See what she said now. This non-renewable sources that you can only use one time and then they can never be used again. Example, these are oil, gas, fossil fuel. You know, after a while. So that's why, for example, when you say this country, let's say Nigeria, for example, they are rich in oil and gas, and you keep bragging, we're rich in oil and gas, we're rich in oil and gas, it's depleting. You know, in Europe, in the past, there's a place called North Sea in the UK, in Scotland. They used to have a lot of oil and gas, but they've used it over time. Now it's almost dry. And there are places now that didn't have oil and gas that they are finding oil and gas now. And those places like Senegal, Mauritania, you know, they didn't have before. So when you have this non-renewable, as you tap them, use them to develop yourself so that you can then use what you have put in. And so they are not forever. So that's something you should note. When you say Nigeria has oil or Africa, note that they are not forever. That after a while, they will deplete. Next slide. So what are the benefits of non-renewable? That's what you call the pros. Non-renewable energy, they provide more energy output. For example, if you put petrol, put diesel, all these are from crude oil, from gas, they can generate a higher amount of energy for you. They can do a lot of work. You know, energy is the ability to do work. They can power big machines. They can do a lot of work compared to non-renewable. And then non-renewable, they produce more power after refining. And then there are thousands of unique products. For example, when we talk about crude oil, it's not just petrol, diesel, all these things that come. You have over 250 products that people can do from crude oil. So many things from gas. So many things can be done from this fossil fuel. And then what are the disadvantages? The disadvantages are, one, non-renewable energy lead to what we call the greenhouse gas today. So you have, as you burn them, they emit CO2, carbon dioxide, and this affects the layer that is, if you like, the layer that is protecting the earth against the direct rays from the sun that can be damaging. So, and then fossil fuel, they are not available forever. And then plants and animals face the same problem humans do with non-renewable. And non-renewable energy refinement may have adverse effects on the environment. When you go to a refinery, you are trying to produce petrol from crude oil, or you're trying to do something. These things, they generate other things that have negative impact on the environment. Most of us, we've heard about Ogoniland. Those of us in Nigeria, you can see, you hear that stories about environmental degradation. If you don't control them properly, they can mess the environment up. Next slide. Please take your notes, students, because when you come back from, you go for an exhibition after this. When you come back, we'll ask you what you have learned today. And then let's go to renewable. What are renewable sources of energy? Renewable energy are sources that can be renewed. They don't run out, right? And examples are solar energy. Solar energy is what we get from the sun. We have wind energy. We have hydro, water. We have tidal, wave. We have geothermal. You have fuel cell, hydrogen, biomass. So all these are things that you can renew. Even your physics they can use it to generate energy. You can renew it. You can so these sources have that advantage that they are renewable. I just mentioned that in the UK that they used to have a lot of oil and gas that are depleting now. If you go there now, they are trying to build. If you go to Scotland, they are putting so much effort. They've put so much research into renewable because their non-renewable is depleted now. So they have put so much effort. They go into even the wave so that because they cannot afford to go back into darkness. They are already, if you like, called first world. They are already industrialized and they cannot imagine going back. So they will either have to depend on other nations to import, which means spending a lot, or they have to begin to deploy technology. So if they want to be self-sustaining, that's why they've invested a lot into non-renewable. A lot of them are the leaders now in non-renewable. They've developed a lot of technology around that. Next slide. So what are the types of non-renewable? We mentioned the wind power. You see, wind turbine. This wind that is blowing, they've been able to harness it so that you can put something that as the wind is blowing, as long as it can turn that machine. Instead of the wind just blowing and destroying it, it's used to turn a turbine. And that turbine will be used to generate electricity, generate energy, bring energy that can be used. And then solar power from the sun. The sun is generating heat. What can we do with this heat? People have gone into that, and they are using it. And they are using it to generate energy. Then hydropower. You've heard of hydropower plants where the water that is water that is being used. They generate water and they use it to generate. They use the water to. All you want to do is to turn a machine and generate, current and generate energy. So people have gone into biomass from organic plant matter, geothermal. So there's heat under the earth. There's heat under the earth, and this heat can be used. It can be harnessed. There are places where you hear of what's it called? What's this thing called that erupts? Volcano and all this. They don't just sit down. They say, okay, what can we even do with this heat? Because when the thing is become so hot, one time it will just explode. They say, what can we do? And they've learned the technology to take that heat and use it to generate energy. Then you have tidal, you have wave. You see some seas, some rivers, ocean. They've been able to put things there that as the tide is moving, the tide is able to turn a turbine down the seabed and generate energy. So students, I'm just saying to you that you see how people have been able to harness different things in nature and be able to utilize it. And then now you hear of hydrogen. Hydrogen utilized as fuel electricity when separated from other elements like oxygen. This oxygen have hydrogen. They found technology, they can use hydrogen, separate it, and use it to generate energy. Next slide. So what are the advantages of renewable? One, renewable won't run out. So you can always replenish it. It's always there. The sun will always be there. Renewable energy has lower maintenance requirement. You don't need a big refinery or a big gas plant. Renewable save money in the long run. Not only will you save on maintenance costs, but on operating costs. It's just like your solar panel you see on the houses. Once you mount it, it just, as long as the sun comes, it will take, if it's a good one, if it's not a fake one, it will take you for years. But you see your generator, you will buy fuel, you will call a mechanic, you will buy this, you will buy that. That's what they're telling you, you know. And renewable has numerous environmental benefits. You know, you will not spill this there, put these chemicals. You know, renewable leads to cleaner water and air. And renewable energy can cut down on waste. So what are the disadvantages? Renewable energy has high upfront costs. That is, in terms of capital costs, when you want to start it, for example, you want to generate solar energy, you can see some roof, you see the number of panels, just one house. You need to put a lot for you to be able to harness. If you want a solar panel that will carry your fridge, freezer, TV, AC, you know, with one generator you can do that, but with solar, you need a lot of them. And with batteries. So the initial cost may be high. That's what that means. And then renewable energy is intermittent. What does that mean? You see the sun is not up around the clock, right? In the night it's down. And in some places, they don't even have sun like here. Like in Africa, it's good, you can take that for solar, but some places throughout the year, probably 1 month. So it's quite challenging. And then renewable energy sources have geographical limitations. Like I said, there are places where solar will be better. There are places where wind, because there's a lot of wind there. So it depends where you are located. And renewable energy aren't always 100% carbon free. Sometimes you will, like hydrogen, you will need to process it and you will need to use some non-renewable to drive the factory before you achieve that. But one thing also about renewable is that they cannot give you as much power compared to non-renewable. They cannot, if you have a factory that maybe you have a cement factory, for you to have solar panel that can operate those machines, it will take a lot. It will take a lot because they require a large amount, megawatts, because these machines are huge. If you have a steel plant, all this iron to process all the steel, you need really powerful machines, and they take a lot of energy. Next slide. So now we're giving you all this background, which as science students, we know most of you already will have, but we are going somewhere. We want to zoom in now to Africa as the energy situation here. Next slide. Energy in Africa. So Africa is a continent with vast energy resources. I think you guys saw all the things we mentioned. Whether it's renewable or non-renewable, don't we have it here? In fact, let's take where we are now. Because some of you say, I've not been to Ghana, so I don't, but you suppose you all have phone. Nowadays, you don't need to be to anywhere. Just Google non-renewable energy source in Ghana or in Mali. They will tell you whether it's there or not. But let's take here that we're in Nigeria. You see that the energy sources, whether non-renewable, renewable, they are there. Did you know when they started having commercial crude in Nigeria? Do you know the year? Did you know the year? Should I tell you? 1956. It was Shell was the first company to break through and got crude oil in commercial. So Nigeria has been exporting crude since 1956. And now we have huge amount of natural gas as well. So what that tells you is that they are blessed with vast energy resource. Let's come to renewable. Is there sun here? There's abundant sun. Is there wind? Abundant wind. So we have water. There are so many sources. They abound every year. Despite these abundant resources, Africa has been unable to meet its energy demand. The question now is why? That's the question. And that's the background, the thing for bringing the students to start thinking about this. Why all the energy sources? There are places that they don't have it, but with the little they have, they are still able to sustain themselves. Because without energy, like we said, your standard of living will be low. No two ways about it. Is there anything that you will do these days without energy? As we are here now, if you don't charge your phone, can you communicate? Even as a student, you almost, if your phone goes dead now, your mind will not be here again. Because there's so many things you need to do with it. So the problem is, Africa has been unable to meet its demand. So this is manifested through lack of thriving manufacturing industries, resulting in massive importation of what? Massive importation of what? Everybody wants to be an importer of what somebody has used energy to do somewhere else in the world. The energy sources are here. So why are they not meeting the energy demand? Why are they importing? So that is the big question. Africa currently has the lowest energy utilization in the world. You have, how many continents do we have? How many continents? But Africa is the continent with the lowest energy utilization in the world. And Africa currently has the lowest per capita electricity. That is electricity available to one person. So depending on your population and how much electricity you are generating, if they allocate it, okay, Nigeria, for example, has about 200, they say, I've not seen a recent census, but let's just join them. They say about 250 million. And then you are generating, let's even be generous, at best, 5,000 megawatts. So you divide 5,000 to 250 million people. How many megawatt will get to one person? So that's the point they are saying. For more than a century after the light bulb was invented, most of African continent is still in the dark after nightfall. True or false? I'm happy that we are in the capital of Nigeria, so we are not in one village. We say, it's because it's in the village. If you go to our capital, there's light all the time. This is the capital. Huh? Even here that we're here just now, they took the power. So the point is that after so long that the bulb was invented by man so that whether day or night they can operate, here where they have all these energy sources abounding, once the natural light goes, it's a challenge. Either you hear every year the generator is blasting, but now that the fuel is not so cheap again, so the challenge is very compounded, okay? This situation in Africa holds back development of the continent and its people. True or false? So there are many people with ideas, but they just need an energy source. They just need something that will, if this thing can be there all the time, power, they know what to do. But the thing is not there. So you can see the graph just showing. Can you see Nigeria at that corner? No, we didn't come here to make you say lament. No, that's not the thing. The thing is that you are students, you are in the knowledge arena, right? is for you to know that this is serious. So when your teachers are in the board teaching you that physics, because you are all science students, when they're teaching you mathematics, know that it's not for fun. It is how to apply them, to take this energy to say, okay, what can we do differently? Do you understand? Okay, let me give you an example of how people can bring solutions using, you see now, we all carry a mobile phone, the, what they call it, global mobile system. Do you know that at one time in this country, right, the number of people that have phones, the number of people that have phones, then the country was about 160 million. We are not up to 700,000. Why? Because for you to get a phone line, just the way you draw electricity through wire till it gets to your, that's how they used to draw. You guys may not know. You guys may not know, but the older ones here will know that there's a company, just as you have government, there's a company called Nitel. They have to draw the wire to your house. And then the line that you have is in one place in the house. You can't carry it like this. You have to lobby, you have to know somebody, you have to spend before, and if you see all the wires scattered, this, just as you have the electricity, that somebody, one car can just hit the pole, and the whole area, everybody connected to that line is in trouble. That's how the Nitel thing was. But some people started thinking about space technology, and somebody started sending human beings to moon, to space, and then they started putting a laboratory, International Space Center. They started doing research. They started saying, oh, we can even send some communication satellite there. And they started saying, we can even form a telecom system that don't need wire. They can communicate with the satellite and transmit. Today, on your phone, you can watch YouTube. You can watch real life things. You don't, see, there's no wire. Can you see a wire on this thing? That's the thing we are talking about. It's not to say, laugh, see, Nigeria is think. Can we have electricity that you can have in your pocket like this one day? When you come to your house, you just, or you come to your factory, you just do something because you are linked up with something. And when you are leaving your factory, you just switch something off. Be fast, think. The guys who did Facebook, who did Instagram, who did WhatsApp, they are billionaires because they think of solutions. You know how much they are saving people? Like I said, this conference is, if everybody who is part of it had to meet physically, you know how much it will cost? But because you can do things now remotely, so why won't people need their, so find these solutions. Next slide. So this is just also showing the different, you can see what Germany is generating, 120 gigawatts. Nigeria, if we are generous with Nigeria, let's say they do 5. That is, if the grid does not collapse, is 5. So there is no way the person who is in this environment will find it as easy as the person in the other environment. So this is why the standard of living is different. Because this other person can work 24 hours. He can do, but this one is constrained. So this is what we're saying. Next slide, please. So this is again showing how many light bulb watt in terms of watts. Say each person, if you divide light bulb in each to, we say in Nigeria, the highest watt each person will get is 40 watts. If you share this 5 or 3 megawatts or 3 gigawatt, 5 to all the citizens, and then you can see US, one person can light up to 3,000 So we're just letting you know. And if you look at the categorization of the countries around the world, you see that those people are the ones that are always said to be having a higher standard of living because they have higher access to energy. Okay, next slide. So what is the potential? Potential is something that is available, but it has not come to reality. Do you understand? So we just want to look at what is the potential in Africa, because so that means it is there, but it has to be brought to reality. Yeah? So non-renewable potential. We say fossil fuel, which is crude oil, natural gas, coal. They are vital energy sources that can play a key role not only in the economies of African countries, but also in their energy system. Africa has vast potential of fossil fuel, which account for roughly 7.6, 7.5, 3 of all this crude oil and natural gas. Of the total proven reserve of this crude, natural gas, and coal in the world. These resources account for about 50% of total primary energy sources. Per the same sources, over 80% of electricity generated across the continent is from fossil fuel. What is this saying? This saying that there are a lot of fossil fuel in Africa. Whether it's crude oil, natural gas, coal, they are all over the place. Then we said these energy sources are also a major source of revenue for major oil and gas producing countries in Africa. For example, Nigeria, Africa's top oil producer, derives 95% of export earnings from oil sector, which is also the same case in Libya. But the problem is this. You get the raw crude, you get the raw natural gas, and you export it. Have you turned it into energy? Have you turned it into energy? Yeah, they pay you for it, but you have exported it. You are still in the dark. Do you understand? So what are we supposed to do with them? Students, what are we supposed to do with them? You use it to do your own. So the crude, instead of you to put the crude in the ship and somebody say, please give me, I want to buy. They have been buying since 1956. You have not asked yourself, why are they buying itself? What are they using? There are over 250 things you can use the crude oil to do. Even all this air that you use, all these things, they are part of the product from this crude, natural gas, all this plastic share, all this many products. So you just take the raw thing, the oil, the gas, and sell it to somebody. You never ask what the person is doing with it. Because you're supposed to convert this thing to energy that you will use to manufacture. So you're not really gaining. That's why we said earlier that Africa is still in the dark because there's not enough energy. You see, from these figures, it is evident that most of the fossil fuels produced in Africa is consumed elsewhere as raw material for producing finished energy products. Petrol, diesel, kerosene. And then what happens? Africa, in turn, imports what? So this is the issue. This situation in Africa holds back the development of the continent and its people. Is that true of us? Okay, if you go back to those slides where we saw the countries that were at the top, do you usually go to those countries and you are hearing Jakpa, 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 I want to go to Nigeria, I want to go to Nigeria. They go and line up I want to go to Libya. They line up in the embassy, fasting and praying. I want to go. I will give testimony that, Nigeria has given me visa. No, but that tells you how energy determines what happens. You know, it tells you how the flow go. Okay, thank you. See, you will always, the jackpot will always be from the side of low energy to the side of higher energy, because you have opportunity to use it for so many things. And that's the challenge. What could have been used to generate your own energy that you will use for your development is being sold out raw to people who are utilizing it, and then you still remain in the dark. Next slide. So, renewable potential. We don't even need to, can you see every year scattered in Africa? That is, whether you talk of hydro, wind, bio, they are all over the place. All that we just do is say, this thing is too hot, oh, this thing will kill us, oh, this hot. That thing that I say will kill you is actually a big potential. You are the one that will even kill the thing, because you harness it. You see, as for renewable, there is significant renewable energy potential in Africa, as is varying in different type, diverse. I don't think we need to say, because of your exhibition, we just have 12 minutes more. But I hope you get the message, especially the students. This is your session. The older people, some have already graduated. But you are about to enter the university or higher institution to start your studies, your research. That's why we're bringing you to the conference, to understand that these things are not joke, that these are serious issues, that when you get there, when you get back to the classroom, it's not just I want to pass WAEC, I want to, this thing they have been teaching you, you have to use it. If you cannot use it, when it comes to your turn, you will still sell the raw product. Because one day, I don't know, maybe one of you or someone will be Minister of Petroleum, right? The place cannot be vacant now. Aso Rock will never be vacant. That means one day, one of people from you who must sit there. You will continue to also sell, because it's quicker to get the money fast once you sell. But you need to think beyond that. Next slide. So, and then, one thing we want to bring to your attention also, why we need to be careful. The world is going through now what they are calling energy transition. What they are saying is that they want to move from non-renewable to renewable. There are two sides to this. There is the genuine side, where you have a genuine reason why this is done. There is also the political side. And that's what we're also going to make you aware. Now let's go on. So in generic terms, energy transition involves a shift, a change in the primary source of energy used to meet global demand. As of today, what is the primary source of energy is still the non-renewable, the fossil fuel. That's why you see Nigeria can still be exporting the crude. People are still there to buy. But people are trying to change that now. The current energy transition is from what? From fossil fuel to what? Low carbon energy sources. Now, if you meet some people, they will tell you the transition is from non-renewable to renewable. That is, they don't want at all to use all the non-renewable, the oil, the crude, the gas, the coal. They say, no, this thing, and why are they saying it is bad? They said it is damaging the greenhouse that is shielding the earth. It's emitting CO2. So these fuels, when you use them, they emit CO2, and they said, you see, that's why we have climate change. All the different things that you see, tsunami, this happening, that's so we need to leave all that. But let me just chip in, what is the other side? I said the political side. Remember, at one time, we said the Western, or especially the Europe, they had a lot of oil, gas also, they have fossil fuel. But they have used, they were wise, they used it for themselves. They developed a lot, they did a lot of things. But now the thing is almost running out. And so they are jumping into renewable now. And they said, no, now the world should go to renewable, not. So it is now for us to define. Yes, there is truly a damage to the greenhouse. There's greenhouse effect, damage to the earth. How do we then do it? Will be that you say, no, we will still use our fossil fuel, but we're going to apply technology. How do we stop it from emitting CO2? Do you understand? You have to say, how do we stop it from emitting CO2? Let me just talk this through so that we will be very fast with the slide. Now, this is the point. This is why we're telling you about the energy transition, because this is the second challenge for you. We've talked about, first challenge is, how do we change that generational pattern? How do we start utilizing the energy sources and not just selling the raw material? And the non-renewable that we cannot sell, because I'm sure if we could sell wind, they would have packaged it and sell. If they could sell sun, they would just package it and sell. No, it's not to sell. It's to use. Okay, now, the second challenge is this transition thing. Now, for us, for this part of the world where there is not enough, there's energy poverty as we call it, is that you have to not be able to tell the other man who tells you that, no, we don't, the world is not going to use oil and gas again, they are bad. You have to say, okay, the problem is the CO2, but we have been able to develop technology that when you use our crude, when we are using our crude, we don't generate CO2 again. Somebody has to develop that technology. Student, do you understand? Do you understand? Because if you don't develop the technology, you wake up one day and the whole world have agreed that no more use of crude oil. You have a lot of it, but even the one that you used to export raw is no more. You can't even export. So the poverty level will increase. You have gas, but you cannot utilize because they have already agreed that no more use of gas in the world. What are you going to do? So we have to start, you have to start thinking now. This thing, this CO2, all these things that are emitted by our oil, by our gas, what technology do we need to do that when we start using it, when we start building refineries? For example, let me give, because I want you to get that these are real things. This is not your school. You are not going to take exam here. This is, do you know, have you heard of Dangote refinery? While the whole world was saying, no more crude, no more use of crude, these things are bad, no more. Somebody here, thankfully, he had money and knew how to generate. He invested $20 billion. Do you know what $20 billion is? To build a refinery. Imagine if the world are able to put a stop by way of policy that no more use of. Have you not killed that man? you have practically killed the man. How can he recover 20 billion? So that means you have to develop something that the man can still operate and say, my refinery does not generate CO2. So I am not damaging the ozone layer. But you have to come with a solution to be able to contend with the other argument. Let me tell you what has saved Africa. What saved Africa? Because the move was happening very fast. In fact, they have come to the point where it has been agreed that the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, nobody was going to give money to any project that has to do with oil and gas. And you know, to do this project, you need to borrow, even to get the crude that we used to sell raw, you need a lot of money. They have come to that conclusion. In fact, most of the big companies, Shell, Chevron, the pressure on them from the environment was so much that a lot of them started opening renewable divisions just to show that, okay, we are not doing oil and gas again, no, we are shifting to renewable. But something happened. Russia attacked Ukraine in 2022. And Russia is the country that supplies a lot of the European countries with a lot of gas that they are using for their power to generate electricity. Germany, all these European countries. And suddenly, because they did not support Russia, Russia stopped the gas. You know, it's not like here, whether there's no power for 3 days, who cares? If you... Those places, if there's no power for 1 hour, the government, you either resign. So they went mad. Because that means there will be no power. And you see their standard of living. There's a lot of factories. In fact, you cannot imagine the impact. These guys started running around the world. The same Africa that you say, shut down, no, they come to Nigeria, please, we need gas. They go to this, say, but you guys say that, forget that talk. Just give us gas now. And they thought the war will just last a few months, but the war is still, that changed. That's when the people now say, so this is politics, eh? So now that the team, something has happened, you people are turning back and said you are changing the policy, you can use, say, okay, what we are saying is that gas is okay, and then as the thing was getting worse, some of those countries like Germany, because they were all scrambling for gas, and they couldn't get enough gas, they say, you know what, even coal that we have stopped using for how many years, go and open the coal. They began to pack the coal and use the coal to generate electricity because they cannot afford. And when you tell them, say, but wait, ozone layer, I say, keep quiet. We have to be alive before we talk of ozone layer. Do you see what I mean by the political part? Students, do you understand? But they are superpowers. They have more money, so they can change the rule. But what we are saying, what is clear now, is that if these people come to stability, because they are inside their research room working, when they come to stability, they never expected that this thing that happened, because they thought at least they've given themselves maybe 5 years, they would have perfected all their technology on renewable, and then everything will stop. And Africa, you have your gas, you have your oil, but there's nothing happening. No project, nothing. But these guys, with all that has happened now, they are working seriously. So if you do not work seriously also to find solution on how to utilize this thing and utilize it in a clean way, it will come back to that same state someday. Yeah, they will say, haha, now whatever happened, we are ready. Stop. And what will you then do? Do you understand the challenges? So this is, come, let's just run through the slide. We'll just go towards the conclusion now. We'll go towards the conclusion. Let's go on. You can go on. We've talked about all this. So if you go back a bit. Back. So this is what we're talking about, balancing. When you are balancing the energy transition, we say for developing nations, economic prosperity is as much a priority as energy transition, as is the need to decarbonize. So one, we need economic prosperity. That means you need to use your fossil fuel to generate the energy to power your manufacturing, to power you to economic prosperity, but you need to do it in a way that you are not polluting the environment. You need to decarbonize. So if you recall that time that there was COVID, when there was COVID 2020, and the African countries were all here telling China, please, have you not finished the research? Bring the drug. They are telling you, no, we still need some time. Say, bring it like that. What is happening to your own lab? Don't you have like medical schools? Do you know at one time people were even the nose masks was being brought until one young girl, I think it's a NYC, went to sew cloth that this thing. So ordinary cloth can do it. You know, because you don't want to think. You don't want to think. Student, are you understanding? You don't just come here and say you want to just look and go. If you don't go back to your school and know that there are serious issues that you need to deal with, you need to take those physics, maths, chemistry, they mean a lot. That's the solution to all these things. So how do we decarbonize and still use these resources? Both the renewable and the non-renewable. You need all of them. Let's go back to that balancing. Can we see that slide, please? So you can see you have to balance it. More than 800 million people, predominantly in sub-Saharan Africa, are still living without access to electricity, and hundreds of millions more only have access to very limited or unreliable electricity. So increased energy supply and access to energy is a good thing. However, this needs to be addressed in parallel with lowering the emissions. Emissions of what? CO2, carbon monoxide. We have to. So the challenge at hand now is how to achieve reduction in emission while retaining economic growth. So this is where your brain needs to be deployed now. So let's go to the conclusion. Kevin, you get ready for let's go to the conclusion. So the conclusion is this. It is evident that modern energy is crucial to realizing various economic goals related to poverty reduction. We all know that, improve healthcare and all that. One of the biggest barriers to Africa's development and prosperity is chronic lack of electricity. This continues to trap millions of people in extreme poverty. Okay? Of the 48 countries in sub-Saharan Africa, 37 have a national electrification rate of below 50%. As a result, quality of life is severely diminished, resulting in needless death and stifled economic growth. There are people who have died in the theater. Operation is going on, power failure. Before they are running around for generator, this is over. So it's serious. For Africa, the focus should be more on technologically driven and energy efficient industrialization. So are we ready to take the challenge? Students, are we ready to take the challenge? Yes, the challenge will bring you prosperity, even you. The guy that brought TikTok or Instagram, is he a poor guy? You know how many people are paying him, but did he bring a solution? Yes. If you bring solution, you will get the reward. Go on. So go on. You can go on. Go on. Go on. Let's just run to the last. We've spoken there, the last slide. So this is what we want to leave you with before, as you go for your exhibition tour, and you come back by 12 for the roundup, is who will light up Africa? Who will light up what? Africa. The solution, yes, maybe Jackpot is one of them. You go to where they have light up. But it's a human being that light up that place. Believe you me, no country in the world had natural energy. It was only the same problem, but some people had to light up their environment. So who is going to do it here? If everybody just say, God forbid, not me, prayer and fasting, I must leave, I must leave, I must leave. And then you leave. Your children come, they leave. Everybody leave. So who is going to then light up Africa? Thank you. So just keep your questions. When you come back, because of time, when you come back, you will take questions. But if there are questions from the audience, we can take it. The students, they want to take them for exhibition tour. So I will ask the teachers and the students if you can just go to the back. Mr. Kevin, or Mr. Kevin, you can come so that they see you. Mr. Kevin will coordinate you. They'll take you to some of these big companies that are dealing with energy, and they're going to tell you what are the kind of challenges they are facing and what they do. So this is Engineer Kevin. Engineer Kevin is going to take you around. He's going to coordinate it. So you can just go with them, or you want to tell them how you do it, or they... Okay, you can go with him. But are there questions from the audience? Okay. Okay, when we come back, are there questions apart from the teachers and the students? Okay, okay. There's a question there. Let me bring the mic, sir. Okay, it's better to go this way. Sorry, excuse me. Okay, you have a mic.
Hello. Hello. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank
you
you
can go
very
ahead.
much. I'm very happy that this topic.
Teachers, you can go with your students.
Yeah.
The teachers and principals that came with them, you go with them so that you can help coordinating them also. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yeah, my name is Shola Kayode, and I served as the Nigerian representative to UNIDO. That's the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. So I'm going to speak from the standpoint of just to complement part of what you said, and I will now pose a question. Now, to complement what you just said, our level of industrialization is just, we've not even started scratching it. So, small and medium enterprises are the actual needers of power. And most of you, graduates who are here, you finished NYSC, you want to start your small business, you can't start because of power requirements. So, what are we doing about farm gate operations, where most of the young ones who want to go into agriculture need to have what we call farm gate processes. Their farm produce to be turned into products for secondary operations. What, in your own opinion, should be our strategy? That's the first question. The number two is, you can't be holier than the Pope. You can never be holier than the Pope. But Nigeria seems to be holier, or trying to be holier than the Pope. We have coal. Have we thought of it? I'm happy you mentioned Germany renewing or reviving their coal power stations when Russia denied them of gas. So what, in your own opinion, should be a new approach to our thinking in this country? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So let's just take this question, and then if there's a follow-up. So one, you talk about the farm gate. Whatever can be done, you see, was it 2009 when I was in Glasgow? I was rounding up my PhD at that time, and then they took us to one place. It's like a farm. They generate their own electricity. Everything is utilized. Even the physics, they use it, the biomass, hydro, everything within that space. And so, fully support what you're saying. This is the thinking we're saying. How to be self-sustaining. Because as long as yesterday we had the opening section for this conference at the State House, and that is being repeated every year anyway, to say that the cost of producing crude in Nigeria is about the highest in the world. Because first demand, you go to somewhere else, all the man needs to do is just build this refinery, tell the power supplier, this is how much power I need. They agree on a price. But If you might want to do it here, he builds his own, it's called captive power plant. He has to put, but his core business is refining. Then he puts his water to generate his water, drinking, everything. So by the time you add all these other utilities, the cost of the guy producing that fuel or that will be, of course, jacked up. So this is the challenge, that until, this issue is dealt with. And that's why we must look to these younger ones. How do we get them to understand? Because a number of us probably were not fully aware that, in this part is just how do you show that you have passed the exam? But after passing, how do you translate this thing? You study this thing, how do you translate it? What does it mean in the real world? Nobody really has worked that into the site, the system. So this is the kind of change that we require. That it's not just going to pass something or just get, it's about using it. So that's one. And then this thing you talked about, also about the coal. That is the balance. That's the balance we're talking about. Yes, in reality, there are emissions that are damaging, but there are technology that people are deploying to mitigate those emissions. So we should be able to also put our efforts into deploying, so we don't abandon this natural resource. We need them. We need to use all that we have, because there is energy poverty. So, but as you use them responsibly. It must be seen that you are doing everything to reduce the damage that this thing is potentially going to cause. This is my answer to that. Any other question? Okay, if no other question, we thank you for attending the section. We'll be here again by 12 to wrap up. Thank you.
It's another chance to win a share of 600 million.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll wait for the students to come back from their booth tour, so to speak, and then we'll be back at exactly in 45 minutes, 12 o'clock on the dot, and then we'll have another 1 hour, and then we'll round up the session. Thank you so much for your time. So you may just go around the exhibition booths, get to meet someone, network, and then we'll come back in 45 minutes.
When you're launching an e-commerce business, you just want to move fast.
I'm Sean,
And I'm Elliot.
and we're the co-managing directors of Booty.
Such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up, that body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why. Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, mama, myself, no two parts like this. So many things inside of my jeans. I slide down, DBTs, DBTs.
Hello. Yeah, please, sorry, the students are on the program. If you don't mind, they will soon wrap up. These rows are for them. Okay. All right, students, you're welcome. We are about 20 minutes behind schedule, 22, so we'll be very fast in wrapping up. So let's have our seats, students. Welcome back. Welcome back. Take your seats. So let's have our seats. Let's have our seat quickly. All right, welcome back, students. So we're going to be doing a wrap-up. We're going to be doing a wrap-up. It's just a few minutes left. We'll be done by 12:55. We'll be done with the programs that are specifically for the students, and then other programs will go on. But the students, you can then go to the back and then allow others to come to the front so that they'll continue with the program while you take your refreshments and other things at the backside before you go back to your schools. So without much ado, we're going to be calling on someone to do a wrap-up on certain things that we think is also vital. We've told you before you left the challenges concerning energy and what the situation is in Africa and how you can contribute towards overcoming this situation. And so there are other dimensions. How many of you know when you get into or the day you are graduating from the university, or they will say something to you when they are handing over your certificate? they will say you are found worthy in what and what. Who has heard about it? The day you are graduating from the, they will say something before giving. They will say you are found worthy in character and learning. That is, for you to be able to do what we are challenging you to do, find solutions to the energy poverty in Africa, you need to have your character. He has been exposed in the UN. He has worked in the UK. All his children are in the UK, so there's nothing. He has seen all sides of the world. So let's invite our elder who is here. We met him here, but we thought he should not go back with his experience. Let him give you a 2-3 minutes talk, and then we do the presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, all. I will not bore you about development organization. The organization takes care of globally industrial development. I was here in the morning when our speaker talked about renewable energy, and I remember raising the issue about rural development and penetration, especially for micro, small, and medium enterprises that need energy. Fortunately, exactly this time last Wednesday, we were having an interaction with the Renewable Energy Commission at Transcorp. A whole state governor was there from Benue State, and we were looking at how the rural industries can have energy. I'm encouraging us that the lecture we've had here today speaks volumes and also will take us to the next level. As children who are undergoing your secondary education, for your career, this is just a starting point. Most of you will get inspired through this workshop and also the tour you made around the stands. My own children, when they were young, I tried to encourage them, and they had a lineage, and they actually studied in Glasgow, where our speaker also studied. The inspiration we are giving in this program is that we encourage the youth, that's you, who are the future of tomorrow. I am 80 years old. Yeah. And I actually got to the 8th floor in December last year. The inspiration we have is that when we meet younger ones like you, our lives should encourage you and also inspire you. We started somewhere, and we intend that by God's grace, people like you will grow to develop this country to the level where we'll be fully industrialized, in tandem with the last lecture, to move from the third world country to what? To the first world country. Thank you very much.
Please, let's give a round of applause. Thank you, sir. You see, I didn't even know that you can't say him at all. I know, okay, we have elder, but 80 years and still standing and dishing experience. Please, a round of applause. Thank you, sir. Sir, if you just hold on to join Dr. Victor in presenting, we take opportunity. So let's our elder just be around us. We'll call the schools one by one.
No problem. Yes, please. Orders, sir. Yes. Okay, so thank you once more, Dr. Eju. It's been a very nice experience. Almost every year we've had students here. And basically, just like you said, sir, the whole idea is to prepare the next generation. We're moving, but then we have to hold our hands as we move together. I'll call on the first school, which is a Platinum Billionaires Mines Free School. So first of all, if the principal is around, or the head teacher, yes. Okay. Sorry, Elvis, are you around? Elvis. Yes, we can spread. Yeah, I think you can be calling.
Moses, EBTS, come to the front and join them. Kelvin.
All right, the next is Government Secondary School, Wuye. A round of applause for them. Can we encourage our young ones, please? Let's put our hands together for them, please. All right, the next would be Brightark Schools, Abuja. I hope I got that right. Let's put our hands together for them. Can we encourage them, please? Mr. Kelvin, please come up. Another round of applause for them, please.
Yeah.
All right, the
Thank
final
you.
awards.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. So again, we want to thank the organizers.
Doctor, we
want to
have
thank-
one. We still have one.
Oh,
Yeah,
is it?
yeah. I think he needs to come back. Sir, could you do us the favor, just do us the honors to come back, please? I think at this point, he will present this to the CEO of Energy Business Total Solutions, Dr. Abraham Magoze Eju. He's done this back to back to back for, this is the 9th year now. A round of applause for him, please. He deserves this. He's been able to encourage the young ones, and he always does this every time. And that's a lot. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank the organizers led by Dr. Victor and his team, and also Dr. James. We thank you. We hope, students, that this will inspire you. We only took a couple of you that you can go back together with your teachers and tell the stories. Sorry we didn't answer your question, but I'll talk to you at the back. You go and encourage them that these are real issues. Don't fold your hands until the day they say, no more oil and gas is allowed. What are you going to do? God bless us. So students will go to the back so that others will come to the front because they have other activity, and then you get your packages from the back. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together for our students. Can we encourage these young ones, please? Let's encourage them. All right, it's our time now. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to do us a favor. Can you just move to the next seat in front? Let's fill up the seats in front. Our VIPs, please. You're all very important personalities. Can we just fill up these seats so we can continue with the next session? I think we've been sitting for a while. Okay, let's do this, right? Can we all just rise up to our feet? We've been sitting for like 2 hours, isn't it? Can we just rise up, stretch, talk to someone beside you? Let's start that way. Tell them how beautiful they look. Tell them how you feel privileged sitting beside them. Say something nice about their, about them. Just be nice. And then stretch also. It's good for your health. You ought to get up every 60 minutes, whatever you're doing, just to stretch. It's good for your health. So let's do that very quickly. And while you're doing that, just take the seat in front of you. If there are pockets of seats in front of you, please just fill them up. Please, could you just move to the seats in front? So our next session will be very exciting. It's going to be a fireside chat, and it will be focused on renewable energy and the decentralized solutions for inclusive development. So in a bit we will start. I just want us to get ourselves together. Now, just a little housekeeping. If you need to use the restroom, you have to go out of the exhibition. First left turn. You can talk to any of the concierge or the information desks. They'll show you where that is. And then, all right, we have something very special for you during this session. We don't just care about you coming to hear things about energy, but we also thought it would be nice to also take care of your health. So what we did this year was to make provision for a free, non-invasive medical solution for everybody who attends, and it's free of charge. So the first is, we have a machine that can scan your body, your whole system in 6 minutes, and you can have a chat for the next 4 minutes free of charge. Doing this out will cost you about $250,000, which is about 250,000, but here you're doing it for completely free. It takes about 6 minutes. It's at the medical center. On your way out, same just before the restroom. You can ask for the medical center. You go in there, ask for Dr. Chidinma, and she will run that for you free of charge. And then again, we have another the terahertz and pulse electromagnetic frequency machine, which helps you to reactivate your cells, helps to restore your energy and all of that. And I won't say so much, but just a moment. Okay, that's fine. So we have that also for you. That takes about 30 minutes. And we've gotten tremendous results. It helps with sleep. If you have sleep issues, you have issues with digestion, you have issues with whatever it is, just go try it. It's free of charge. A station should cost 30,000, but you're getting it all for free. We have them on this side at the end of this hall, and on the other end. We have about a few machines around, so feel free to use it. You're not paying anything. I think it's a good place to put your hands together for Brevity Anderson and the organizers of this event for making this possible. All right? So facilities are already here. If you need more information about the health kits, you could reach out to me. I'll give that to you. All right? But you can just find your way when you're free. They're here. All right. Very well. All right. So we're now transitioning to the fireside chat, and our focus today will be on renewable energy and decentralized solutions for inclusive development. This is a timely discussion as Nigeria and Africa explore scalable, people-centered energy solutions. The session will be moderated by no other person but Mrs. Sylvia Akuma. She's the lead business development person at Revoscal Nigeria Limited. If Ms. Sylvia Akuma is here, I want you to put your hands together for her as she comes up to the stage. If you're not jealous of her, please put your hands together for her. She's the lead business development person at Revoscal Nigeria Limited. Okay. And she'll be joined today by Dr. Ebelechukwu Chiatula. That's the lead renewable energy research at the NNPC Technology and Innovation Division. Let's put our hands together for her. Nice to have you again today. You're welcome. All right.
Can you hear me? Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. And thank you so much for making it to this fireside chat. It's going to be an interactive session, so in between the chat, we'll be giving room for you to ask questions. So, as he said earlier, the topic. It's okay. 1 second. As I said earlier, the topic for today is renewable energy and decentralized solutions for inclusive development. So we are well aware that renewable energy is no longer something that we're not conscious of anymore, and the world has been shifting from hydrocarbons to renewables, and NNPC is very aware of that. So that was the purpose of creating the RTI division. It's more about research, and can you please give us more insight on what the RTI division is about?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So RTI is research, technology and innovation, and post-PIA we transformed our research and development division into that, because research and development does not close the value chain. Innovation does. Yes. So we now do research, we do technology, we embed emerging technology, be it AI, be it 3D printing, and then we bring out prototypes, and then we take that to the market, to the users, and that becomes innovation for us. So we are closing that gap. So that's what RTI does for NNPC. So across the energy value chain, whether it's traditional hydrocarbons or renewable energy, or even non-energy innovations, we also look at that as well. But our priority is energy.
Okay, thank you very much. So I didn't properly introduce her before now. Her name is Dr. Ebelechukwu Chiatula, and she is the lead renewable energy research for NNPC Research and Innovation Division. So I think when it has to do with research or anything concerning this topic, she's the best person for us to speak to or ask. So please, during this session, let us feel free to ask her any question. Now that we have her, we might as well just make good use of the opportunity. So for the first question, Dr. Ebelechukwu, I split them into subheadings so people can have an understanding of, and a grasp of it. So the first subheading is on strategy and decentralized renewable energy. So we are well aware that there's a target, a 10% renewable mix target that we are supposed to attain by 2030, right? Yeah. So, as the lead of this department, how is your RTI division prioritizing decentralized renewable energy, and how, on a larger scale, does this tie into NNPC's strategic scope, like the commercial strategic scope in general?
First of all, I want to say it's a very ambitious target for Nigeria. 10% in the next 4 years, less than 4 years to be honest. Yes. If we look at it from an energy gap perspective, already we have less than 1/4 of what we need being transmittable as electricity. The country currently needs about 20,000 megawatts, and we are just pushing out maybe 5,005 megawatts. And this 20,000 is on a baseline that is not very inclusive, let's put it that way, because you have people who have generator sets running and solar home systems, and all of this too is additional sources of energy. You also have people right down in the rural areas using firewood and charcoal, and so this is not inclusive of your 20,000 megawatts, and this is just electricity. It's not also talking about energy required for transport or industry. And when we look at it from that perspective, and we want to raise our renewable energy consumption by 10%, I think it's not big because we can't reach it, but there's a lot of investment, there's a lot of infrastructure. So we have to approach it from like a national development perspective.
Point of view.
So it's not just about companies or businesses attaining their own goals. It's about the nation coming together to achieve this. And also from an NNPC perspective, it will help us to be commercially resilient. We can't deal in oil and gas alone. Like you said, the world is changing. Energy demand is shifting. And honestly, renewable energy is very different from traditional energy. It's fragmented economies. There are different risk profiles. Even the geoeconomics of it is very different because you have to follow the energy where it is. So solar energy is more predominant up north.
It is.
Yeah, you can have hydro just by the riverside.
It's true.
So if you are inland, far away from the river, you don't get to experience hydro energy. But if you're somewhere where the sun shines a lot, solar energy is good for you. But then when it rains, you don't have it. So, and when the rivers dry up, you struggle. So all of this then brings you to understand it from a very different perspective. The value chain has completely changed. So we are there to look at it from a research point, make sure NNPC is able to self-disrupt, because when the time comes, people's demand will shift from traditional oil and gas to renewable energy. So we need to be ready for that. We are preparing our organization to be able to meet that demand when it comes.
So based on what she said, when it has to do with inclusive development, you're saying the main focus is smaller businesses, communities, all these ones are on a much smaller scale, and it not having to just be dependent on just one source of energy.
Yes, how we can integrate all of that energy together and complement the current infrastructure. Yeah.
Very nice. So my second question is going to come from the organization and mindset shift. So as a research and innovation specialist, what has been your biggest challenge when it has to do with repositioning a company like NNPC that has had, that's used to one thing, to actually take renewable as seriously as they do hydrocarbons?
First of all, I would like to say this, and not because I want to make my company look good. Testament to me sitting down here now, a female, and speaking to you about renewables, telling you that they are taking it very seriously. Because, like you said, it's about inclusive development. And how inclusive can you be if you are ready to train, not just train, expose, and make sure that the people in your organization who will do this have the competency to do it. And this is me, this is female. So it's telling you that we are ready for this, right? And so that mindset shift is the most important thing, because now you have to come out from a resource-centric mindset. Everything is about how much resource you have and how much value you can get out of it, to more of a systems and social value mindset. So I have all of these resources. How can I bring them down into one system? Integrate solar, integrate hydro, integrate gas, integrate traditional hydrocarbons, and make it one big system, providing energy 24/7, but doing it in the cleanest way possible. And that is the mindset shift that we're waiting for. We want to be able to unlock real social and economic value while doing this. I think that's what I can say for that. It's the main hurdle.
Do you have any ideas on how this can actually be mitigated?
I don't want to speak broken, but literally it's a lot of talking. It's a lot of talking. Mindset shift is a lot of talking. And a lot of talking, I mean conversations. You have conversations with yourself first, and tell yourself that it's going to be a long way. I have to speak to this person, I have to speak to the next person, and I have to get the right information to convince that person. So when I'm speaking to someone in commercial department, I have to bring the numbers. They ask of ROIs, they ask of, yes, so they need to know what is this going to bring back for me. And speaking to someone else in operations, they need to know, is this operationally realistic? Are you sure this can work? And I say yes. Say, but there is no feedstock. I say, okay, this is how we do it. We need to engage multiple stakeholders. We cannot do it alone. If it's something that requires you to source from multiple people, you do that. But resource-centric, we're used to having all our resources in one place, in a large quantity, and is one direct stakeholder. You do that and you move. So you're having to change their mindset. This requires multiple level partnership. It requires you to think completely out of the value chain. So it's a lot of conversation. That's what it is. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So just to add, if you have any questions while we are still having this session, you can raise your hand. You feel free to interrupt us. It is a chat, so it's supposed to be interactive. If you have anything, please interrupt us. Ask us your question. If there's anything you do not understand, because I know some of these terminologies are a bit foreign to some of us, even me. When you say RTI, when you say all of those things, it's something most of us have not heard before. So if you have any struggles grasping it or understanding, interrupt us. So while I wait, which has to do with research and deployment, from the research and deployment point of view. So how does the RTI make sure, because you're saying you're doing a lot of research, right? So how do we make sure that this research actually translates to proper deployments of projects on ground to people that understand it? Because you were saying, oh, we're trying to be inclusive and we're trying to bring in communities. So how are we sure that all of this, what are you putting in place to make sure that all of this research actually translates to on-ground realities, like projects that are going to be on ground in communities and to enable small businesses?
All right, thank you. When I said conversations, I remember one of the things I said was to talk to yourself first.
Yes.
And one of it is that if you come to a research institution, we're naturally very curious people. We always want to know stuff, and we just want to know more and more. So we just love the knowledge and learning environment. But we need to speak to ourselves to say, we're getting this knowledge, we're doing all this research, but our focus actually is on problems, gaps, and opportunities. So that's what drives us. Yes, we want to know more, but what is the gap? What gap do we see there? What are the problems that these people are facing? What's the issue with this technology? Why are people not using it? That's what we want to understand. Are there other opportunities from this technology that we can transfer from here to the next system? So that helps us, and then we can develop prototypes, develop pilots, and validate those pilots with our stakeholders. And when we say stakeholders, we mean not just ourselves, but the users in general. And then that gives us commercial solutions we can then take to the business, we can take to outsiders. So we are unlocking value, but it's also a thing about giving not just what you need, but even sometimes what you don't know that you need. So we want to look at it from that perspective, not just research, but problems, gaps, and opportunities. Yes.
At the end of the day, does this somehow still, like, how does it come through for NNPC? Because at the end of the day, you say NNPC is doing this and doing that. For them, as someone from the inside, how do you think the overall thing actually ties into NNPC strategy and their goals internally?
Okay, so we have already launched the PIA, and it's very clear there what we need to do. Industrial decarbonization is our target, and we cannot meet that by energy efficiency alone. There's only so much efficiency you can put into a system.
Yes.
And we will normally say that efficiency is your first fuel. So if you save, if you have energy efficiency, you have more fuel running through that system. But that does not give you decarbonization. You still have to include other sources of renewable. I think 2 years ago, the government announced that a lot of public buildings and office spaces should integrate solar into their building. And this is something that RTI is already done before we started our operations. Our headquarters is also looking at that, and many of our other businesses. So our job at RTI has actually been to say, look, to integrate solar into an existing infrastructure is not as easy as it seems. I mean, we have it at home, so we feel like it's a plug-and-play system. But this is because you just power your lights and power a few sockets, right? But you now need to rewire a lot of of things, because the way buildings are, they are massive. They have, I'm not an electrical engineer, but they have complex wiring systems that you now need to understand where does this power, where doesn't this power, and then you need to put some of your critical equipment on solar. So how do you tie in that infrastructure to what is already existing? It's a lot of work, and you also have to maintain those systems. Just 2 days ago, we were debating how do we go and wash out our solar panels because it's dirty from Hamatan. So you don't incorporate one thing without adding more problems. There's a lot you have to do to maintain that system. So we understand that. We are people who deal with transforming energy, not even just transformation. We take it from the subsurface, transform it, and then we give it to you as you need it. So we're actually quite used to complex systems, but now we just need to think about it differently, and then we look at it from multi-energy perspective. So I think for NNPC, we have already shown our commitment by making sure we are aligning to those government targets. We also signed up to the OGDC, the Oil and Gas Decarbonization Charter. We've also been speaking to the OGMP, and we are working our monitoring and verification systems to make sure that whatever decarbonization we have along our value chain is something that can be verified and also can be used in the carbon market. So yeah, we're doing our best. It's a long journey, but we've started, and I'm quite optimistic.
Okay. So hearing you speak, you mentioned a lot of solar. It seems like we're going around solar a lot. So looking beyond the mainstream renewable energy, just like solar that you've been mentioning, how is the RTI approaching other forms like hydrogen, geothermal, in terms of prioritizing the research, and how does it also tie into their goal and in the aspect of deployment?
Thank you for that. I think solar is what everyone knows, but if I'm to speak from an operationally realistic perspective, geothermal is something that NNPC can really take on quickly. So we see that potential. But honestly, geothermal potential in Nigeria is not clearly mapped. So it's still something that is in its nascent stages. So as research, our job is to try and see how we can help map that resource and map it appropriately for potential. So how much energy can we generate from this geothermal bay or that? And then if we were to do that, what kind of resources do we need, including financial resources? Then there also has to be some sort of policy around that. It's not very clear. You have some of them embedded in the REMP, the Renewable Energy Master Plan, and so.
I wanted to ask
the Renewable Energy Master Plan and the National Energy Master Plan. But you don't have it clearly specifically on hydrogen. But actually to do that kind of policy or physical intervention, you need data, you need information. So part of what RTI is doing is collaborating with other partners from across the world to see how we can map that out in terms of geothermal. But for hydrogen, we have the gray and we have the blue and all those other colors. Gray color is easy for NNPC because it will come from gas. However, for the other colors, especially the one that comes from hydroelectric, that one is also something that you have to watch vis-a-vis your water consumption. And then the natural hydrogen, which is the one I think a lot of people are also quite into now, is also something that is subsurface, which is, yay, NNPC. We are subsurface guys, so we know what to do. But it's quite a different methodology. So also mapping that resource to understand where are the natural hydrogen potentials for Nigeria and how that can be extracted. And also not just extraction. Hydrogen is a different gas. So it's a completely different management system from our natural gas. So we need to understand infrastructure is heavy. It's a lot of money and investment. So how do we transform natural hydrogen to electricity that we can use today?
So at some point you mentioned collaboration. That we've been hearing that collaboration. What are the challenges that you're facing when it has to do with these collaborations? Or is it seamless?
No, it is not seamless. But I think one of the things you mentioned earlier was a mindset shift. So we want to get people to see us beyond oil and gas and see us as a multi-energy company. I mean, our tagline is energy for today, energy for tomorrow, and we'll add in RTI energy for all. It's inclusive. It doesn't matter who you are. We want energy for all.
Can we say what she just said? Energy for today, energy for tomorrow, and energy for all. Please let's repeat it together once more. Energy for today, energy for tomorrow, and energy for all. So we'll make it our own personal mantra.
Oh yeah, please. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
So that's I think that's what we really are looking forward to. But collaboration is also mindset shift for our partners.
Yes.
They need to know that we are looking at energy from not just an oil and gas perspective, but from, like you said, a value chain perspective. How can we make sure that people have energy right down to the last person? And one of the things we want to do is to be in spaces like this, have conversations like this, and let you know that we are ready for such. We are open to that partnership. Tomorrow at NMPC booth, RTI will also be speaking at around 12 o'clock. Okay. And we have a multitude of things to share with you. We'll showcase our partners as well, who we partnered with on what projects and how much impact that has brought, not just to the organization, but to people as well. So collaboration is not seamless, but I think is working on our own image as well to get to that point where we can say we're collaborating with people who can drive renewable energy, and this is part of what we're doing today.
Okay, and based on their track record, you can see that it's successful on their own end.
It has been doing good.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
So we'll move on to, please, do we have any questions? Okay, yes. The gentleman on black.
Can we get
a
mic
for him? You can use the mic.
No, somebody's coming.
Okay, someone coming.
Good afternoon, ma. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Okeze Divine, and I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a public speaker, and I'm also a graduate with a degree in mechanical engineering. I think one of the things we've heard so much here in Nigeria, even as young people, is the fact that we have potential. Potential in doing this, potential in doing that, potential in achieving this. Well, at what point do we move from potential to action? Because Nigerians have heard a lot of theory and they want to see things that are practical. Personally, I feel like people might agree with me, they might not agree with me, but I feel like one of the reasons why Nigerians adopted solar energy is because they were told it's cheaper and they will not buy fuel again. But they really don't understand that this is the future. And I listened to you when you spoke about how the NNPC is trying to integrate renewable. To me, subconsciously, it somehow feels like a plan B when it's supposed to be a plan A. Because if we are moving at a particular direction for petroleum gas, we should also be moving in the same direction for renewable. So, I mean, from a corporation or a company's point of view, what would you say? Are we in process? Like, at what time do we move from potential to action? Yes, thank you.
Okay, that's a pretty good question. I love it. It's an entrepreneur's mindset. I want to see something, right? And I think we're already seeing that. So one of the challenges I think the solar value chain has is that some of the resources that are required are within Nigeria, parts of Africa, but the transformation of those resources to what you see today is actually the problem. How many solar panel manufacturing plants do we have, or battery manufacturing plants? And how is the quality matched vis-a-vis the international ones, right? And the amount of energy required to actually produce those batteries and to make those panels, they cannot be sourced from another solar panel. They're actually sourced from other heavier energy providers like gas, right? So we at NNPC understand that energy requirements. We see that the energy demand actually moves up the value chain for renewables, be it solar, be it hydrogen, it's moving up. To create that system, to create that space, you actually need a lot of power. You need to be in an industrial zone, for example, to be able to harness the full powers of solar manufacturing. You want to do solar panel manufacturing with hydrogen from hydroelectric, that's great. But if there is a reason why your hydroelectric power is damaging the ecosystem, or you have issues with climate change and the water runs lower, the water flow is lower than you expect, then you have an intermittency you have to deal with. Then you still fall back. So renewable energy, if you look at all the renewable energy plans that people have, it runs anywhere from 10 to about 80%, maybe somewhere by 2060. So right now, renewable energy cannot be our base load, to be honest. Let's be clear. It can't be our base load because the energy requirement we need is so high. If you look at, I will now speak to inclusivity here. A lot of women, like I said, who have in their kitchens, if you check the energy sources you have at home, you have your generator, you have your solar, you also have the grid, then you have your fuel you're using in your cars, you also have the cooking gas for your kitchen, and then some people still add charcoal at the back. But why then do you carry a power bank if you have all these many sources of energy? If you are so sure, why do you have a power bank that you go around charging everywhere? It doesn't, it just shows you that our energy is not reliable enough to move to that point. So we introducing things like the gas master plan and talking about gas-based industries so that we provide that base load. We have consistent power, we have reliable power, but we understand that that is not enough. The future of energy is going to move from that to renewables. So that's why we call gas our transition fuel. So while working on that, we are making sure that we understand and we prepare for that new scenario, that new life, where energy is no longer about oil and gas, it's now about a mix of oil and gas and renewables.
So initially, at the beginning of this, I mentioned that there was a plan for 2030. Do you still think that is the timeline, or do you think, like at the pace that we are going, do you think we can meet up with that timeline? You're smiling.
I don't want to sound like I'm from the southeast, but it's money, money, money.
Yes.
If we're going to meet that timeline, it's money, money, money. Because if it's for eagerness, he has just said there are a lot of small industries waiting to do that. I think the Rural Electrification Agency is really doing a good job. They have solar mini grids a lot of places. But like we said, solar mini grids is just one source. And it depends on your battery backup storage, and then it also depends on solar availability. So if you don't have another source that can help you, manage that inconsistency, it can then become a problem in the future. When it starts and is new, it's fine. A few years down the line, if it's something that the rural communities have to manage themselves, I don't know where they're going to find money to buy a new set of batteries. Cost a lot.
Exactly.
So they don't have that money now. Exactly. So how do we power them, respite all of these challenges? So these are the things that I think that we need to consider if we are to hit our 10% target. Let's not forget, NNPC also has their own targets. We are not in the circle of the renewable energy target. Okay. We have been given our own energy security target for the nation, and we are doing our best to meet that. Okay. But like I said, we are not losing sight of what is important. Okay. And the importance is energy for today, tomorrow, and all. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Is anybody else that has a question? Okay, the man on green.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Edidi Ongwili. I'm happy listening to you. I'm from Legendville Energy. I don't deal with solar, but the conversation is very interesting, and I believe solar has a limitation in terms of the efficiency of the solar panels. Are there any researches, or is there any current research being done by the RTI to create solar panels with high efficiency or improve the efficiency of the current ones that are available? Because I think if that is done, then the switch to solar will be fast-tracked, because if solar can provide more power, I think that would aid the transition faster. So that's my question.
Okay, thank you. I think solar technology, in as so as is widely adopted, is still quite nascent compared to other traditional forms of energy. Energy cannot be used when it's found. It must be transformed. That's the way energy works. Even the energy in your body, if you want to hit someone, you need to transform it into a fist for it to make a way. So you can't use energy as is, it must be transformed. And that transformation technology takes time to mature. So we have seen that inefficiency, we've seen that gap, and I think it has moved from somewhere around 150, 200 watts to somewhere about 650 watts now per panel. So that's already a huge progress in less than a decade. And it's only going to get better, right? But like you said, until that improves, we have that in mind, but it's not our priority at the moment, because there are other parts of the value chain that we are also looking at to participate. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so because of time, we have very limited time. I'll just go to the next question. Right after it, then we'll take from the audience. But just quickly, this is under the category of bioenergy, circular economy, and local impact. So we already know that bioenergy presents a unique opportunity to merge waste, agriculture, and energy connect. So how is RTI exploring this bioenergy pathways, and what community solutions could realistically support inclusive development?
Okay, I think bioenergy, if it's going to be clean, it literally has only two pathways: waste to energy and biofuels. Okay. And biofuels from a point of what we call farm, food first, and then fuel. So if it's not on any of those other pathways, if it's biomass like your firewood or charcoal, it's not clean. because you are destroying ecosystem to do that.
Okay.
But waste to energy has huge potential,
Okay.
but it's also very localized. So it's the amount of waste generated in a particular locality that can give you energy. And most times it's not enough energy to power either a home or the community at large. So I think there was a time, Norway is very much known for their waste to energy initiatives. But at some point, Norway was importing waste.
Yeah.
Because,
Interesting.
yes, they were importing waste because they got to a point where their machineries required much more and they were not producing enough waste because their economy has now become quite clean, circularity was flowing, people were efficient, so no one was wasting as much as they planned. So at some point, if all of us have waste to energy and then we all have to import waste, who do we import from? But the thing is, waste to energy is a cleaner pathway.
Yeah.
So we have landfills everywhere. We haven't gotten to where Norway is. We can easily generate energy from that. That is clean. Then we can look at farm first, give people food, because it's not just energy poverty we're dealing with. Nigeria also has a myriad of other problems. And then what's left over, be it the waste from the agricultural processing, we can then convert some of that to fuel. So those are the only two clean pathways that exist for bioenergy for now. Maybe in the future we'll see something else.
Look forward to that. So for the final question from my end, it's under the explicit inclusive development category. So at a practical level, how can decentralized renewable energy solutions developed by RTI contribute to inclusive development and help underserved communities? Because I remember you laid emphasis on that, and small businesses without compromising NMPC's commercial and strategic goal at the long run.
Okay, so I think you've put it right. To help communities, you have to think about it from a social perspective, right? And that value chain is completely different. So we are looking at people who probably don't have enough money to afford traditional sources of energy. And they are also quite interactive with their energy sources. I say that because some of them already rely on biomass. So they wake up in the morning, part of their duty is to go fetch firewood throughout the day and keep that for later that day, later that week. So they interact with their energy on a daily basis. So there is already a process. So if you're going to think about it from that perspective, you need to include an energy source that feels that way to them, to allow them transit easier. Because if you look at some of the reports we have, because we're in a huge network, and someone said, oh, we had this lady and we had helped her, and we had gotten her biofuel and it was clean, and we got her a system, we built a kitchen for her outside. But we came back a few months later and she wasn't using it. And her problem was, oh, I exercise every morning by going into the forest to look for firewood, and you guys just took that away. And after 2 weeks, I was feeling sick and feeling sad, and I didn't understand why. And so my priestess told me to go out and fetch firewood. And he said he was baffled. He didn't understand why she would abandon a clean source of food. And I said, because it's part of her life. It's part of her culture. It's not just something that she does because she just wants to cook. It's part of her daily process. So if we are to deploy solutions, we need to consider that. And someone says, oh no, they can upgrade and they can change. Some people want change, some people don't. So having stakeholders engagement to say, okay, what do you really want? The technology is already there. If you tell them, look, when you have this waste, can you put it together in a bag, and every week or every day, put it into this bin, and then at the end of the day, you get this amount of energy. They now feel like they're participating in their energy value chain again. So they feel that again. Well, some people just want electricity in their house, and that's fine. Yeah, they don't actually care. Yes. And then you can say, ma'am, since they don't care, could you help us get his trash from here and there and there? So you're trying to mix that. This is not something that is very easy for a big organization like NMPC to do, but we understand this, and we are taking those kinds of lessons and we're sharing them with people who can, like Divine said, is an entrepreneur. He would like such information if he's going to deploy solutions right down to the rural area. So we are putting together that kind of energy intelligence, and we're sharing it with the world.
Thank you very much. Such an insightful session. I wish we had more time. So because this gentleman has been raising his hand, we'll just take that question, then conclude this session. Oh, we have two ladies. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. We might just have to include one of the ladies at least, because there's no more time. Very quickly, sir.
Thank you very much. All protocol rule is up. My name is Musa Morobani, a lecturer and head of religion, media and strategies, FCT administration. Okay. The moderator and the speaker, you have doing a good job. My question is that do your own lecture you deliver that Nigeria, they are in the stage of 5,000 megawatts. Now, how do we utilize or recover 20,000 megawatts? How? Thank you very much.
Okay.
The next question before.
I think I can quickly answer this one.
Okay.
20,000 is our energy demand. Our generation capacity is actually somewhere around 13,500. That's our installed generation capacity. But what we actually dispatch to distribution and we get on a daily basis is like 5,500 megawatts. So 20,000 megawatts is just estimated demand. And like I said, that estimation, there's a lot of gap in it. We can discuss after if you want to know more. The Energy Transition Plan actually clearly states this out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The lady on green. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bele. My name is Blossom Ozurumba. So if I want to sort of collaborate with NNPC RTI as an outsider, do you have processes in place where I can actually submit some really great ideas and maybe get those ideas funded or maybe collaborate with your organization to bring them to fruition? Thank you.
Oh yes, fantastic question. We do have an innovation platform which receive ideas not just internally but externally as well. It's called the Innovation Universe, shortened to Innoverse, and we'll also be sharing that information at our booth. But if you go onto our website, you can access that and you can share with us the kind of ideas you have. And we also have upcoming things like hackathon and engagement session to pull people in that have such ideas and bring them together to help support the nation to fulfill its objective using, our own, will I say, intelligence, combined intelligence, not just from inside.
Okay, do we have room for one more?
One more, please.
We don't have room for one
more, please.
One more,
The last
please.
one.
The lady has
Thank
been.
you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and everyone. My name is Dr. Tosin Akonde, and I am the former CEO of RIAN, Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria, and the current CEO of Red Universal Consulting. So my question to you, Dr. Ebele, is this. Concerning CNG, compressed natural gas, we know that Nigeria's focus is to now make that a transition fuel, right? Because it's low carbon, it's sustainable, and it's actually much more affordable, right, to actually produce a lot of power. So, and I do understand that natural gas is still going to be like our anchor fuel, right, for on-grid networks. But as it pertains to off-grid networks, powering mini grids, powering commerce and industries, manufacturing enterprises, telcos, data centers, I'd like to know, what is NNPC doing to actually fast track and accelerate the harnessing of compressed natural gas for power generation, quantum power generation in Nigeria? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to make it brief. We've just launched the NNPC Gas Master Plan on Friday, and one of the things that we did is to identify where those resources are and then create what we call gas-based industry zones. So we're also latching into the federal government's strategy of industrial parks and industrial zones. And we do understand that when you have stranded assets like that who require gas, right now the pipelines are not all fully implemented, but it's on the way. Maiduguri is a very good example. We set up an emergency power plant there using CNG, but the supply chain has been the biggest issue. So sometimes when you can't get gas across for one reason or the other, they are left without power once the supply runs out. So we do understand that. So working with the government to fix other infrastructure beyond just the energy infrastructure, including roads and security, would actually help us reach those kind of places faster, especially data centers, because data center is the next industrialization. If we can't get data centers up, we can't get telcos up, we are missing out on another economy coming up. So I think we are also having that in perspective. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ebele. I wish we had more time, but we have exhausted it and we're eating into someone else's time. So before we leave, our mantra, remember what I mentioned, energy for today, energy for
tomorrow, and energy for all.
So can we say it together before we leave? Energy for today, energy for tomorrow, and energy for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
round of applause, please, for Ms. Sylvia Akuma and Dr. Ebelechukwu Chiatula. Please, could you step down for the photograph session? Yes, you can come this way. Can we have Dr. Victor, please? So that's the website she talked about earlier on. So you can just take that down and reach out. Thank you. Thank you. All right, round of applause for them one more time. All right, the next will be for Dr. Chiatula. A round of applause for Dr. Victor. Dr. Victor, thank you, sir. All right, now we'll be going on a break, a very short break. We'll be back at 2:20. Kindly be prompt, and we have very engaging practical strategy session that will take place at 12:20. Be here on time, and when you come, please fill up the seats in front of you, and we're going to have a great time. My name is Elvis, and bon appetit. We have a power pack session for 2:30. The Ministry of Petroleum Resources will be here to have an engaging time with us. So ensure that you come back on time, and let's have a great time. Do we have the barcode on the screen? Can we have the barcode on the screen, please? Please, we need your feedbacks. Could you just do us the honors? Bring out your phones, scan the barcode, and just respond. Just give us a feedback on how this has been for you at the end of these sessions. We really appreciate that. Thank you for being very wonderful. Don't forget, we'll be back at 2:20 for very engaging strategy sessions.
Save time creating content and generate a high-quality clone of your voice.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the workshop sessions of the NIES 2026. A round of applause, please. I hope you enjoyed your rounds this afternoon. All right, you interacted with people, you asked questions, you learned. Am I correct? All right. So this afternoon, I want to observe and acknowledge the presence of the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Petroleum Resources, in our midst this afternoon. You're welcome now. A round of applause for the Permanent Secretary, please. I want to acknowledge the presence of all the directors here present. You're welcome, sirs. You're welcome, ma'ams. A round of applause for them, please. Can we put our hands together for our Permanent Secretary and our directors, please? Thank you so very much. Yeah, all right, thank you. All right, also want to acknowledge the presence of Dr. James Shindi and the Brevet Anderson team, if they're here. A round of applause for them, the organizers of this event. Okay, let's see if this works. A round of applause for yourselves for being here. All right, you're welcome. You're welcome, ma'am. Nice to have you. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This next session we're about to have, it addresses the challenges many organizations face, and that is strategy misalignment. Our speaker today will introduce to us a proven framework that is designed to convert strategic confusion into clear, actionable outcomes. To deliver this presentation today, we have, and I want us to welcome Mr. Mosi Me. He's the CEO. Did I get that? Did I get that right? Okay, Me. That sounds like a thief name. Me. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Me. He's the CEO of Ministry Limited. He brings global expertise in organizational strategy and leadership alignment. Let's put our hands together for him as he takes the stage. I got the name now. Mr. Me. All right, you have the stage.
But my slides will be up. Okay. This wasn't what I envisaged. I think I'd like to stand. I had a different idea when I got here. But let me ask you guys a quick question. And if anybody has an answer, I would like to know before we kick into the main event. How many priorities does your organization have? How many priorities does your organization have? 5, 10, 17? Who said 10? 10, right? Now here's something that I know. If you have 10 priorities, or let's just say you have 5 priorities or 17 priorities, you have 0 priorities. 0 priorities. And that is exactly why 90% of strategies fail. But hopefully not yours. Hopefully after today, you guys will be abreast with a process that will help ensure that your strategies don't fail. My name is Msome. But because it is written as M-E-E, a lot of people call me Mr. Me, so I accept the pronunciation, the me pronunciation. I heard my colleague saying that my name is Me. Globally, my name is Mr. Me. In the next 50 minutes or less, I'm going to show you how to turn strategic chaos into focused execution in 2 days. no fluff, no theory, just battle-tested, proven, frameworks that you can use next week. Very simple. How to simply unclutter, how to simply bring strategy together, make things work. So let's go into it. Second slide. Can I have a bottle of water? I honestly thought this was going to be like close-knit and interactive. I wouldn't have to be asking for for water. Okay, just open it to let the lid out. Thank you. Okay, so before we go into the process proper, let us align ourselves with what strategy is. At least we need to understand what strategy is. For me, growing up, strategy was like a mystery word, an elixir, a fix-it or a master stroke. And then someone doused my bubble and told me that, strategy is actually planning. It's not a big deal. But thank God, I also came around to realizing that strategy is actually high-level planning, or a high-level plan to solve a complex problem under uncertainty or under uncertain conditions. So once you understand that whatever strategic goal you have, it has to be measured by a rule of 8. 8 attributes. It has to be, like specific and concrete. It has to be resourced, time-bound, strategic itself. It has to be measured. It has to be stakeholder aligned and all that. But it has to be measured by 8 attributes. The reason why, according to the pundits, Harvard Business Review and the likes, the reason why strategy fails, and according to my experience as well, the reason why strategy fails is because diagnosis is usually wrong. Everybody's trying to do what is the latest thing. There are lots of competing demands across functions, across departments. Everybody wants their project to be supported over priority, as a matter of fact. But my personal favorite is that there's no reliable process that any organization that I know around here uses to address its strategic objectives. 90% of organizations, like I said earlier, fail. 9% of only 9%, of people in organizations believe that their strategic objectives will be successful. Unfortunately, 2%, for instance, of leaders, only 2% of leaders believe that 80 to 100% of their strategic objectives will be successful. And the one that breaks my heart the most is that 85% of leadership teams only spend less than an hour in a month talking about strategy. So that's an average of 2 minutes every day. 2 minutes every day within a 30-day period. So strategy is never given the attention that it deserves. And even when it does, it is misdirected. Next slide, please. So this is the overview of the process, really. The idea is to keep it extremely simple and visual so that the complex problems you set out, or the team set out to solve, will be the focus and not the process. So the process itself is ultimately very, very simple. It is structured within a 2-day period, where the first day is used to build what we call the North Star, the guiding light. You find that overarching goal where everything is built around. And then the second day, you convert the ideas into actionable steps or into action, basically and generally. That's it. There are 7 steps to it. And the first step is alignment, finding your North Star, success criteria, big moves. I don't want to go into them now, just to give you an overview. I'll go into them on the next slides. But essentially, what you will get from deploying this strategy or this process is clear goals, prioritized strategies, visual roadmap. Now, in the next slides, you will see that this is different from what some of us have experienced over the last 20, 25 years. That meetings are never visual. Meetings are never visual. You usually walk into meetings and you have big personalities who dominate the meetings. You have agendas. Everybody has a pen and a pad with the focus that they are going to jot down what every other person is saying. And you and I know that 80% of the time nobody really gets the actual minutes, or somebody is dedicated to get the minutes of the meeting and nobody really goes back to study those meetings after the meeting. So this is deliberately designed to be visual, so that in the process, in the act, during the 2-day process, everybody will be able to contribute and see precisely what is being achieved over the 8-hour period. You dedicate 8 hours on the first day, 8 hours on the second day to achieve. Let me go over it again. Clear goals, prioritized strategies, and accountability. So let's go to the first slide. Now the first step in the process is identifying what's unclear. And there's no way you can chart a new course if you don't identify where the clogs are, where the loopholes are, where the misalignments are. So what this does is everyone in the team or on the team and in the room is allowed to silently and independently brainstorm, think to themselves and write out the challenges. Before I go into what we do here, the tools that you use or the items that you use in these meetings is just basically post-it notes, what we call here post-it notes, just, rectangular post-it notes and square post-it notes, and then, markers, basically. And going forward, you see that there's a voting system as well, so you use either those small seals, red seals and green seals, which I'll explain, and then if you don't have those red seals and green seals, you actually can use green and red markers in its stead. So here, everyone writes out their challenges, what they think is the challenge that the team is having, or the misalignment that the team is having, or the organization is having, or for the set agenda, what they think the challenges are. And what you realize here is that everybody gets to write out what their challenges are, and then you make space on the wall in the office, so they post it on the wall. And you realize that by the time everybody has written what they think their challenge is, or what they're most pressing or or the challenge they're most concerned about is, you realize that as these challenges are being unsurfaced, there is a systemic pattern is kind of unraveled. It begins to appear. And in so doing, if it's a large team, sometimes you now see that a lot of people they have issues with operational challenges, or with marketing challenges, or with human resource challenges, whatever the challenges are. So you group them in this manner. If they are operational challenges, you group them, and everybody gathers around, and then you guys begin to see that, I had an individual challenge about something that is happening erroneously in the operations department, but it appears that there are links after all. So it brings the entire team together. Challenges that everybody felt were isolated challenges are now linked. And at this stage, everybody understands that what they have is a unified, probably, like organizational-wide, challenge of some sort. Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. This is the anchor of the entire process, because the first step was to get everybody to be on the same page. The second step here is to get everybody, however, to pitch in an idea of what they think their 2-year vision should be. But what happens in the entire exercise and for the entire 6 stages that I'm going to talk about is that even though everybody gets to write out what their visions are for the next 2 years, for instance, and the reason why this is very important is that this North Star is not just a guiding light, it's not just an anchor goal, it is where everything else for that particular purpose is going to be filtered from. Honestly, I don't know why my lips are drying up. I am not flustered, but my lips are drying up. I have 50 minutes, but I still have a long time to go. I have lots of time. So if anybody wants to stop me and ask a question, yeah, they're free to ask me a question. Yeah? Okay, so this is the anchor of the entire process. In other words, finding the overarching goal or the anchor goal or the guiding light kind of provides a benchmark where everything else in the organization will be done. Yeah. So that if any decision were to be taken, the question will be, does that decision answer to this goal? Does that decision lead us to this guiding light? And here what everybody is done is, the process is such that it is democratic. One of the reasons why this is such a very efficient process is that we use a strategy called together alone. In other words, we are in a room together working, everybody is independently putting out their ideas, but not allowing anybody influence them. And we're doing it silently. So the people in the room with the biggest voices are not going to speak down on the people with the small voices. People in the room with the biggest personalities are not going to intimidate the others. And there's nothing like, let's do anything together. So silently, everybody writes on a small piece of paper to prevent people from oversharing or turning that into, like an academic exercise. Just put out your basic points. The goal is not to put out high quality points, but the goal is to put out something, no matter how poorly thought out it is. And because it is done silently, nobody can be intimidated by the fact that their ideas are not as brilliant as the next person's ideas. The whole idea is to get everybody to pitching, everybody to be on the same page. And you realize when you work in organizations, you realize that we hate these meetings because anytime we're in the meeting room, some of our colleagues have bigger personalities, and sometimes because we want peace in the organization, we don't want to contribute because we always leads into something personal and all that. These meetings help you. This process helps you avoid that completely. So, but for here, the anchor goal is everybody is required to write a 2-year vision about anything, about where they think the organization should be heading to. So let's say you have a team of 10, it could be a team of 100, 1,000, and all the goals are out there. Everybody will vote, right? Everybody's giving those seals, or you can use green pens, and everybody votes. So let's say that this is the star vote for that process, and this wins. And the star vote here is 0 fuel queues nationwide by 2027. So fine. If there are ties, for instance, then the CEO, who is called a decider, will choose the goal, the anchor goal that the organization should face. So he becomes the decider, and he decides on the final goal that should be adhered to or should be followed. So let's go to the next stage. Next slide, please. Now, when you have a goal, you have to have an idea of what success will look like. Everybody here is conversant with the fact that we have these manifesto titles, we have organizational themes that we have come to read and remember like anthems, but we never really know when we get to those stages. So after maybe a year or after 4 years, after whatever period, duration that particular agenda was raised, nobody can point to what was either physically or virtually done that signifies that that goal was achieved. This is what this step does. It helps you create or define what success looks like in measurable and accountable terms. In other words, what you're going to do is you're going to hand out this post-it notes again to all your colleagues. Of course, they already have markers. And then you're going to tell them to define success in their own words, but to also define success in very measurable terms. So if our goal, for instance, is to eliminate queues by 2027, what is that going to look like? But not in vague terms. An example is that somebody will say, okay, as measured by, and this process is done by everybody starting a sentence with as measured by. So as measured by, queue time is less than 15 minutes at 95% of stations nationwide. You know, there has to be some metric to it. There has to be some number to it. There has to be some quantity to it, so that you can tell when you arrive at that quantity or at that limit that you have achieved the overarching goal, which is the North Star. And then, of course, the usual process, everybody votes. The metrics that receive the most vote actually get selected. But usually, you pick 2 to 3 metrics to drive your anchor or your North Star. And where there's any confusion, the MD or the CEO or the decider, picks the final 2 to 3 success criteria or metrics. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So this is the final stage on the or final stage of the first day. We started out by finding out where the gray areas were, making sure that everybody put out what they felt was the challenge, creating harmony around it, and making sure that everybody or a pattern was identified if it existed. And then we came to the next stage where we decided what the guiding light was going, what the anchor goal was going to be. And then we now came to the third stage, which is actually defining what success looks like. So we have a goal. How are we going to know when we reach that goal in measurable and accountable terms? So once we've done all that, this on the last day is meant to come up with concepts and ideas to get everybody to brainstorm and come up with ways and projects that can be used to deliver on those success success measures or success criteria, on that success criteria. This is where and essentially this process is a 3-step process. What you do, step 1 is what we call a speed demo. Now this stage, usually when you ask people to come up with ideas, sometimes there can be lethargy Even when you're prepared for a meeting and you come into a meeting and someone asks you, what do you think? Sometimes, even with the most brilliant ideas stored somewhere, if you're disconnected from the meeting, you will be out of words and sometimes you'll be tongue-tied. So what the first step does is that it allows everybody to find insights and inspiration from other similar case studies. So the speed demo is basically just a 25-minute process where everybody's allowed to look around the world, not just within your industry, across industry, and find examples of how other big companies or how other rival companies solved a similar problem that you're trying to solve. So you can be an old company, but you can look to a fashion company and just find out. So everybody takes a small piece of paper, not a big paper, and it's the same post-it note. They write out the name of the company. At this point, you're also allowed to use your computers, use AI, just search wide and find out things that will inspire you to come up with a solution for that particular problem that you guys are in a meeting to find out. And the structure is very simple. You come up with, once you do that, you make sure that you write out the name of the company, the big idea, that is what they did that was so interesting. You write out why it worked, and the takeaway, essentially what you learned from it. Just 4 items. So in short words, the name of the company is Google, what Google did that you think was a big idea, why you think it worked, and the takeaway. So everybody does that, and then you allow everybody to come to this stage here, drinking water every 5 minutes to pitch their idea, yeah? 2 minutes. And they will share their inspiration. What this does is that it gets everybody in the room to become as inspired. Because the next stage, from experience, we've discovered that a little people find a little technical, and it's not. It's just strategic concept illustration. It's not a complex project at all, and it's not meant to be. It's just a situation where you have a hypothesis that says, if we do this, then we will achieve this. But the next part that a lot of people find annoying and confusing sometimes is that they are required to draw up a 6-week action plan. So that's the next step where you do silent brainstorming, everybody. It's called concept creation. You do a hypothesis, and the hypothesis is simply that you say, hypothetically, if we do this, this is what we're expected to get. And based on your hypothesis, this and this and this done within the next 6 weeks will get us there. Of course, that illustration on the board, on the screen, is how you do it on A2 papers or A3 papers. Basically, you have a title of what your idea, your concept is, and then you flesh it out like that. Now, this entire process is done using illustrations. It's done physically, or it can be done online as well. But essentially, it is done visually. So everybody sees how everything is panning out, how everybody's contributing, and how the strategy and the concept and the roadmaps are being built. And then, like the third step is that you do what you call a heat map. So everybody votes, and the voting is not to decide what the best concept is. It's basically just to show where there's a concentration of interest. So as illustrated on the slide, everybody will, just go to anybody's concept once you place it on the wall and vote the things that you admire or you're interested in on the whatever. If it is the work plan, maybe week 1, whatever it is, if it's the hypothesis, if it's the title or the theme of the concept that you like, it causes or it leads to constructive conversation. It gets everybody on the same page. It gets the energies up. Again, I believe that I'm talking to people who work in offices and have meetings regularly. And you're not supposed to say it or acknowledge it here, but we hate these meetings like our lives depend on it. We know that we go to these Monday meetings every day and we don't get any result. But we have to do it because it's part of our job description. This is a method that gets everybody excited and interested and energetically keyed into the meetings from start to finish, and not only attends as a bystander, but they're able to contribute effectively, and sometimes they even end up coming up with a champion ideas. Let's go to the next stage. Next. Now, no matter how brilliant your concept is, there must be some weaknesses with it. So the previous slide or step is how we come up with concepts. First, we find inspiration from what others are doing, and then we break into silent brainstorming, and everybody sketches out what they think their solution should be, and the entire team rallies around it and supports or disagrees with their concepts, and then everybody votes. Now, what I didn't talk about here is that there are two kinds of voting here. There's the heat map voting. The heat map voting is done in such a way that everybody's giving maybe 10 dots or allowed limitless number of voting, red voting, so they can indicate where their interest is. So when everybody sees where the interest is converged, maybe somebody has a concept like this and everybody is voting heavily, towards the action area plan, the action plan area, it will be easily and visual that people are more interested in the action plan than maybe in the idea itself. Now, there's what we call a straw hat or a straw poll, where everybody's giving one green vote. So, for decider, everybody places the vote where on the concept that they prefer, and when that is done, the concept that gets the most vote is chosen. And when there's a tie, the decider, of course, who is either the CEO or a high management official, will choose. Let's go to the next. So that's how you arrive at the best concept, or the 2 or 3 concepts that the organization or the team is trying to move forward. And here is assumption testing. And then this is a no-brainer. Essentially, what this does is that whatever ideas have been chosen, whatever concepts have been arrived at, the entire room will come together and poke holes at it. You ask interrogative questions. Essentially, if the assumption here, giving the example, to test that assumption, especially the risky ones, you will design a test within the meeting that will validate or will prove that that idea is too risky to be executed. So in that meeting, that's not when it's done. You guys agree that, okay, this is an idea that we want to follow, but in the next 1 or 2 weeks, we are going to test the idea by, in this case, visiting 10 filling stations and asking them, what their opinions are. And if we get the right feedback, we know that this is the best way to follow. And if that comes back negative, then we abandon. So this is basically just flagging the most ambitious ideas and ensuring that they are tested before they are implemented. Let's go to the next slide, please. There's no way you're building any of this and going anywhere without a roadmap. You need to know how you're going to take your concept from point A to point B. So this is what this does here. You have your milestones with your roadmap buckets drawn. Very importantly, if you're running meetings like this in the office, you have to have someone who is like a class prefect. That person is a facilitator, the one that ensures that people don't, veer off the main subject matter. People don't, gather into groups and begin to talk about things that are outside the scope. So that person is called the facilitator, yeah? So the facilitator will probably come up to the board and make these demarcations and draw these buckets and these lines where everybody will come together. This is the time that brainstorming is also allowed, and decide on, at this stage, 3 concepts, for instance, have been chosen, right? Or let's just say even 1 concept has been chosen, and then the entire group can discuss now as to how long they think it will take based on the resources available to implement a particular concept. And if there are more than 1 or 2 concepts, they will be put in the various buckets on the wall, and proper timelines will be added to it. So this is time stamping of the concept that was agreed upon. Let's move to the next stage. It's called the planning stage. This is the assignment stage. This is the assignment, the ownership, and the final stage. This is the part where action is appended to this entire process. Because if you have strategy and it's well laid out but it's not actionable, then it's rubbish strategy. You know, on the second slide, I talked about the 8 elements of strategy. Specific and concrete, it has to be measured, it has to be time-bound, it has to be actionable, it has to be resourced, stakeholder aligned. Yeah. So, the core item for this step is now deciding on the people who are going to be the champions. We call them champions because they are not essentially the people who are going to be responsible for delivering on the goals, but they are going to be the ones that are going to be held responsible for whether a goal is delivered or not. So some of them are going to be directly involved in doing the things that have been assigned. Some of them are going to be the ones that the people, the organization would, or maybe the managers will report to ask how far. Whatever initiative or concept that was arrived at, a champion or someone who is responsible for that action is assigned. Check-in dates, that is, reporting dates are assigned for this first meeting as well. So if you lay out your entire process for day 2, you will have that your goal has been set, which is the North Star. You have your metrics, which is the success criteria, the things that when you do them measurably, you know that you're on the right track or you have achieved your goals. You have a roadmap as to how long it will take, where you need to go, what you need to do, and then finally, who is responsible for ensuring that those goals are met. Simply, laid out. The outcome is you have 1 North Star, you have 2, 3 strategic moves, you have visual roadmap, which is what you see. You have clear champions and milestones, and then you have the reporting deadlines. Last slide. So I do this for a living. You see, the class prefect work is what I do. Essentially what it means is that I can come into your organization and get to organize you to come up with the most high-level strategies to solve your most complex problems in the most uncertain times. I don't need to be an expert in what you do or what your organization produces, but I will help guide all the experts within the room to come up with the best ideas that organization can use, which is what we do. And essentially what this does is that when I do that and I leave, I don't need to come back again because champions are now built within the organization that will continue doing that. Meetings don't need to be complex. They don't need to be high level in any way. Nobody needs to come with the biggest or the tallest frame to intimidate anybody. Nobody needs to come into a meeting with the loudest voice to talk down on anybody. When you do this, everybody contributes. There's energy in the room. People's heads are buzzing with ideas. And the most important thing is that you arrive at the final destination with a concrete idea that has clear roadmap and who to deliver on those roadmaps. Thank you very much.
a round of applause for him. That was a very interesting topic. Sir, please, if you don't mind, they would like to ask questions.
Oh, okay, good.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Mohammed bin Tubey, and as a CEO of a green energy solution, I love your presentation, and I've learned a lot from your presentation. So my question for you is, as a CEO, from a CEO perspective, what is the most effective way to keep strategy and daily execution aligned? What is one daily leadership practice that makes the biggest differences and prevents misalignment?
Beautiful. Okay. Let me take this question, then you can ask yours. I think I have some time. I'll be quick.
Yeah, time.
I'll answer your question by telling you a small story. Okay. Sorry. Okay. When I was young, my first encounter with the word strategy was, no, it doesn't have to come. My first encounter was, the strategy was a mystery word. You know, anytime we watch war movies, that's when strategy came up. Or we played chess. It was like, when you wanted to help somebody out, they tell you, I have a strategy. You're like, oh. Strategy is not mystery, it's planning, right? You know, when you plan, these are the things that you need to have in place. There's no master stroke, there's no leadership attribute. Yeah? It's just to get all the elements that once you set a strategic goal, you know that as a business, this is where you're going to. You should know XYZs that you need to get there. And then keep them moving. One of the cardinal lessons from this process essentially is that after you brainstorm and do all those things, set goals, set metrics, come up with concepts and all that, the final thing is you identify who and who will be responsible for doing what. It is their job to keep an eye on anything on a daily or regular, monthly basis. So if you have an organization and if you're not the only person working in the organization, then you want to spread out like that. But you want to make sure that whatever it is you're thinking as a CEO and you're thinking as an organization, and it affects your business, you should be thinking it as an organization. And the only way to think that is to make sure that everybody is carried along. Yeah? So you're having meetings like this. There are lots of small packets of meetings. And doing them visually, these parts, everything seems to be mysterious. We have a one-track way of doing these things. Somebody sits at the end of the table, you sit at the end of the table, the person will now, ask you things like, what do you think? Go and do this. And that's the end of the meeting. But you can come into the room with your entire staff, even if it's just 3 or 4 of you or 15 of you, and make sure that once you deploy something like this, make sure that everybody has a role to play at the end of the day. And it will keep it alive on a regular basis. Once there's accountability, and there's an accountability cadence locked in. Did that make sense? Okay.
Once again, my name is Shola Kayode. Sir, I've come to school this afternoon.
Oh, thank you, sir.
And I must commend the model which you have given. And I believe my name is once more Shola Kayode. I served as the Nigerian rep to the NIDO. Yes, thank you. Learning is all through life, and knowledge increases when it is added daily. I'm 80, but I've learned something new today. The model of divergent thinking as featured here, and inclusiveness in organizations will go a long way to make use of talents. In our modern industry, most industries are not harvesting their talents, but you've manifested it here. My question is, the model you showed about waiting time at the petrol stations is on the presumption that all the pumps are working, and your follow-up to use the metrics to measure performance is on the same pump stations or stations somewhere which you have selected. I want to be educated on that. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I used a hypothetical example, but that's an interesting thing that you just pointed out. There's a step in the entire there's a step in the 7-step process that talks about assumption mapping. So when you come up with an idea or a concept, what that step should do and what it does is that it allows you to now interrogate it. So what you just did now is interrogating that. So by the time you interrogate it, you now see that, oh, some of the concepts you came up with are not as strong as, so they shouldn't be implemented. So what we're saying here essentially is that the idea might sound brilliant and be voted and be accepted by the team, but once the team does the interrogation, goes and tests the risks, it might come back and realize that that idea is not due for implementation. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much. Okay.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My name is Martina Gobert.
Okay.
And well done for that.
Are you my sister?
I wish to be. Well done for that presentation. It was so elaborate, and it was kind of new in the society. And I know that this came from somewhere that is probably the first world country. They were practicing it, and it is here. I don't know if you have put this in Nigeria to work, and it has worked. And then secondly, you said after putting up the strategies for them, and it is done, then you can pack and leave. I think packing and leave should not be the word. You should put people there, expand your territories, and keep consultants. Because considering who we are, there are a lot of things that stands in the way, especially in our environment and companies and everywhere. You find out that sometimes the wrong people are placed in the right places. And then, considering that, most of the time, people don't consider people's temperament, because there are some people that are apt to do their duties, and then they are misplaced. So in that sense, I think you finishing and then packing and leave, I don't think, yes, as a consultant, you put other behind so that it will go on. If not, whatever you do, you just come and get your money and go, and it fails. Because I might seem so pessimistic, but I think it has been the thing that is going wrong. So thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much. That doesn't seem like a question, so maybe I don't have any response to it. But the packing and living part, let me make a comment to that. There are situations where a consultant can come in to provide clarity. In such situations where you require collaboration, coordination, meetings within your organization on a regular basis, you don't have to always go and call some external person to come and help you run your meetings. So once we come in and show you how to do it, we don't need to come in again, because even at this stage, some people have become experts already. They will go and dig into it, and they'll be selling the same immediately. I mean, they don't need I can assure you that by next week, I will have 2 or 3 or even 10 or a dozen people here selling the same strategy to other people. So that's what I meant by pack and go. All I'm saying is that we want as many people and as many organizations to imbibe in this, so that meetings will be energetic and will be result-oriented. Yeah? I hate Monday meetings. I don't know about you guys. We have to do it because if you don't go there, Oga will frown. How many of you have done that? Yeah. But imagine that it is a meeting that everybody knows that they are going there and they are going to, throw down. And everybody's views are going to be respected. Everybody's going to contribute. Everybody's going to leave that meeting knowing that they helped form that pathway. Yeah, some people don't even know why they should be in meetings in organizations that they've been paying lots of money. They wonder, why are they calling me? Let them call Tunde. Haven't you heard that one before? Because they'll say, so why don't you all Mr. XYZ doesn't listen to me when I tell him what to do. But here, everybody listen to you. Your ideas will be there. They'll be democratic. Your colleagues will vote on them. If they're strong, nobody needs to validate them. They'll be validated right there. And then they'll be moved to the next stage. They'll be formalized into action, and somebody will be assigned to deliver on them. And you will know that you're working there. Listen, my project in school was on recognition. The highest motivation by none is recognition. Anywhere. Once you call somebody by name, you give somebody the right recognition, the right award. Thank you, sir. Okay, you guys might not know this, but Oga is the one that made this meeting. He has been so enthusiastic. It's amazing. And then he's 81. He's the one that deserves to be, named the champion for today's presentation. You guys should give a round of applause for him. Thank you so much, sir. I hope no other questions. Oh, okay, go ahead, please. If the organizers don't mind, I'll stay here for the whole day.
Thank you very much, sir. The presentation is quite comprehensive and elaborate. So my question is just short. So is there any success for any organizations without the influence of facilitator? And what if the facilitator has failed the strategies and plan? What is the way out, sir? Thank you.
What if the facilitator has done what?
Has failed the strategy and...
I don't understand that word. Has done what? Failed?
It has given the advice or any...
Okay. No. Oh, beautiful question.
Thank you, sir.
Really intelligent question. See, I'm a consultant, and I've been a consultant for, I'm 28 years old, so how can I be a consultant for 25 years? When I'm 28. No, it's not a joke. Before people now start to put me in a box. Sir, I'm 28, but I've been a consultant for 25. Sorry? Yeah. Okay, so sir is wiser than his years put together. Okay, so the consultant is essentially not meant to come in and solve all your problems. It's meant to come in and show you how to solve your problems. Rarely 90% of the time, because whatever it is that is offered to you on an advisory level cannot be achieved for you, because you are the ones who will deliver and implement it. Do you understand? But for this, a consultant cannot come in and teach you how to think for your organization. You cannot hire a consultant. It is too expensive, because you have a major goal, which is the North Star, for instance. You have all your smaller goals that define how, when you reach your larger goal, it will look like, right? Then you have your work plan. It's week by week. So as a consultant, have I now become your staff? Every day, I'll come, clock in, clock out. Yeah. Thinking never stops because a goal has been set. As a matter of fact, thinking is activated essentially when a goal is set. And that is the difference between where the consultant comes in and where... So no, a consultant cannot come and prefer a solution. In this case, there are things that a consultant is versed in. You see, the consultancy in this sort of facilitation is not expertise in your problem, in your organization's problem. It's expertise in guiding you, the expert who works within your organization, to arrive at a solution that only you can arrive at. Now, if you need expertise in things that I, as a consultant, I am an expert in, then you're asking for niche consultancy or expertise in areas that you don't have internally. That one is different. It's less like buying raw materials to produce something that you don't have. But we're talking about meetings that are a constant framework, constant process, or they are an integrated structure of organizational management and running of organizations. Abi? So no, only in specialized cases. A medical doctor can be your facilitator. But if you are sick and you decide, okay, medical doctor, give me, prescription, then that's fine. But it is not because he's a medical doctor that he's coming to help you facilitate. He's just coming to teach you how to become an expert at managing expectations, managing the direction of your meetings, and ensuring that there's a structured process. These are the methods that the likes of Tesla and Google use. All the big companies that you know, including Total Energies, that is a big sponsor today. This is how they run their meetings. Nobody goes in those meetings and is shouting, I have been an accountant for 40 years. There's nothing anybody can tell me in this room. Nobody does that. I have heard everything. And then for interns, once somebody comes in with that kind of experience, they can't talk. How can you talk in the presence of someone who says that they have been doing a particular thing 40 years and you're 22 years? That's the end of the meeting now. So, but this one, the person can be an accountant for 80 years, with due respect. Yeah? But you will still write your own small contribution, paste it out there. And then somebody will vote on it, that own makes more sense. They will move it to the next level. Do you understand? And nobody knows that it's even you, because the strategy is, the process is working together alone. It's called silent brainstorming. Yeah? And then when it comes, when everybody is interested, that's your silent idea. The other person who has been in the business for the rest of their lives will now like it, and then you guys, and the energy. And for the other lady that I said was asked if she was my sister, the organizations that will have run this, they can never stop running it, because it doesn't only give them results, it has unified the teams and made it people, leave their differences at home and work together very, very actively. Because you know that as soon as I step into this meeting room, I'm not going to step on anybody's toes. I'm just going to do my thing, go out. And as I'm doing my thing, I'm doing it in alliance, in consonance with every other person. I'm not stepping on anybody's toes. So it's been a beautiful experience. Yes. A facilitator can also be a consultant. But I think where you work, anytime you hear consultant, yes, an external person, right? Yeah. And so consultant and facilitator tend to be, it's the same thing, I don't know. Because you seem to have a certain bias that I'm trying to address. Big opinion. Exactly. His stand is that a consultant comes with a superior opinion. Is that it? And that is exactly. That is accepted above theirs. So if you come in as a consultant, you're going to make them who work within the organization neutral, right? The emphasis is, if you ask me now, those are my associates there. Please get their contacts. Ask me to come to your organization. It's not to come and take your job. It's to come and show you the superpower that you have. Because even you might be underperforming because you have not been shown the way to blossom, to rise, to be explosive. So as a consultant, I'm coming in as an external person, but I'm not coming in quote unquote, if the word consultant is getting, on the wrong side of you, then I'm a facilitator. So essentially, a facilitator is not a superman. It's not someone who has all the answers. What industry do you work in? Okay, good. I don't know anything about FCTA administration. So if I come in, my job is not to tell you the nitty-gritty of your job, but it's to tell you that, Oga, now you're supposed to come up with XYZ ideas in this direction. And those are ideas that I cannot do. come up with. It's you. Yeah? So it's to guide you. It's like a guardrail. You know when you're climbing stairs and there are guardrails. I am those rails on both sides of the stairway. Your job, because you are the yoga, right? Please ask it in another form if you're confused. And then when I'm leaving, until my bosses tell me to leave, I can be here and answer all the questions for as long as possible. But I think that's done, right? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Round of applause for him. Mr. Unsu.
So. Yeah. Are you serious? Can you imagine? That's such a shame. I went to your state, sir.
All right. Thank you so very much for that impactful and thought-provoking presentation. So we have a presentation of the certificate for you. Dr. Victor, please come. Just.
Hold on.
And then I'll join after.
Yeah. Okay.
A round of applause, please. So we'll just take another shot.
Okay.
Photograph, just. All right, please just hold on. We need to have the directors and please, PEMSEC, to just take a shot with our facilitator right now. We do want.
Okay, thank you.
All the directors, please. Thank you so very much. This was literally a masterclass on strategy, alignment, and execution. All right, we'll just move to the next one. But before we do that, I want us to bring out our phones. We have the QR code on the screen. IT, please, media, let's have the QR code on the screen. Could you pull out your phones and let's get your feedbacks on and responses about this session. Very quickly, please. We appreciate your feedbacks a lot. It helps us to do better. And then we can take your questions and all of that. Can we do that in 1 minute and then we can proceed? Thank you, directors. Thank you, Madam PEMSEC. Thank you so much. We appreciate your presence. So while they exit the hall, we want to ask you to kindly move forward to the empty seats in front of you so we can start the next session at once. Please, if you find empty seats in front of you, please fill up the seats and then let's proceed. All right, please can we do that just in 1 minute so we can proceed? Our resource person is already on ground. All right, can we just rise up to our feet? Let's just stretch ourselves. We've been sitting for a bit, for like an hour. Just get up, stretch, talk to the person beside you. Just do something. Get up and stretch. You might want to move to the beat also, that's still all right. You're fine. Please, can we just move forward, please? Move forward so we can start. Let's fill up the seats in front of us. Those at the back, please, let's move forward. If you're standing, if you're around the exhibition stands, come take your seat so we can proceed. Thank you very much. All right, I think we'll just go straight to it. Our next presentation focuses on the roles of stakeholders' engagement as a strategic asset in energy development, particularly within the social and environmental context. So to deliver this session is Mr. Akin Adewale. He's an environment, social, and sustainability specialist with extensive international development expertise. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome Mr. Akin Adewale as he takes the stage. A round of applause for him, please. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome, Mr. Akin. You have the floor.
Yeah, good afternoon once again, everyone. My name is Akin Duntire Adewale. I'm an environmental and social safeguard specialist. And this afternoon, I'll be taking us through roles of stakeholders, the multiplier effect, role of stakeholders' engagement in energy development project. I know we're all conversant with, we've all been hearing this word stakeholder. We are, in some areas, mostly we say we are stakeholders in this, we are stakeholders in that. So how does it really affect energy developmental project? First slide, please. All right, the objectives of the presentation will be looking at the impact of stakeholders in energy development project. Who are the types of stakeholders that are meant to be involved? What are the impact of you carrying people along prior to developmental projects in a particular area, prior to the project, during the project implementation phase, and throughout the project life cycle. Now, as we all know, the landscape for infrastructure development has actually shifted significantly in recent times. And as a result of this, there has been a core transition from the normal PR thing to strategic partnership in development for developmental purposes. Now, we will notice that most times when developmental organizations move into sub-project areas, what we normally hear is the CSR using their discretion to think about what they feel the people that have been impacted by their project need. But this time around, this has actually changed from that into strategic partnership. And it's on premise of these three realities. Number one is the increased project complexity. Now, we know the scale of modern energy projects, which ranges from cross-border gas pipelines to massive renewable energy clusters. This actually demands, apart from demands from simple community relations to integrated stakeholders partnership. They need to feel ownership of the project. How do you intend to bring them along? Rather than you using your discretion to feel this is what you actually demand or you need. So what do they think to benefit from it? Number two is the social mandate requirement. Now, prior to any energy or any developmental project, if you're going into a community or a project area, you need to think about the social mandate. And what are the social mandates? We're looking at the elaborate stakeholders consultation. Then we'll be looking at the social impact assessment. Look at the community, security, health and safety, and sometimes if it involves
collection of land, we're looking at the involuntary resettlement action and the like. So these are the social mandates that are required. Then we're looking at the risk mitigation in the African context. Now, most projects sometimes might demand you passing through some heritages. How do you intend to do this? There's what we call the physical, cultural resources, which actually guides you on how you intend to go about this. Instead of you just plowing through such areas, it still forms the basics for the stakeholders' partnership. Next slide. Now, the multiplier concept itself. So why is stakeholders' partnership required? We shouldn't just see this as a soft skill, as us just going into a sub-project area or into a community to just see, oh, we are doing them a favor. You should be seen as a high-value strategic asset that tends to reduce project delays that might arise as a result of protest, as a result of civil unrest, as a result of grievance in that particular community. Then it prevents security incidents. If a project is not being owned, if there's no ownership of project by the stakeholders, there tends to be threats on such infrastructure development. They might sabotage the infrastructures, and there might be sort of vandalism that will happen in such places. Then it secures investors' confidence. Any area that is stable, that the environment is of the rich environment, it improves investors' confidence. No one wants to go into a war zone area to go and say, I want to invest in this area. No, but as a result of this is a concept, a summary of the multiplier concept for the stakeholders' engagement. Next slide. Next slide, please. Now, what are the principles for stakeholders' engagement? Based on the international best practices, here are some of the principles. Number one is commitment. Recognizing and acting on the need to understand and engage directly with the stakeholders, the people that the project will directly impact, and the people that will be the decision makers. Number two is integrity. Mutual respect amongst all the necessary people that will be involved in the project implementation. Another one, which is quite vast, is the inclusivity of everybody, regardless of your gender, your type, your age, your color, and the likes. Everybody must be given an opportunity to be heard. And transparency, of course, that is openness to all responses in the sub-project area, the community, and regardless of what the project entails, they need to understand why do we need to have this. If there are negative impacts, you need to come out plain to them. This will be the possible negative impact, and this will be the possible mitigation measures. So these are basically some of the common stakeholders engagement principles. Now, so how do we identify who the stakeholders are? So this is the essence of the stakeholders mapping. Identifying stakeholders requires you examining who and who will be relevant. Yes, of course, we know when you're taking an infrastructural development project into a particular sub-project area or into a community, the people there will be directly impacted. These are they are the beneficiaries of the project. Then how do you tend to map all the relevant actors out? Number one is to identify them. How do you identify them? By checking out their potentials or their contributions to this project. Then number two is study the profiles and the stakes of these actors. What will be their roles on the project? For example, you don't want to have a project where you just bring in somebody from another entity just because he or she is influential, just because you feel they can actually decide or has influence on the implementation of the project. How are they actually related to this project? What will be their roles and responsibilities? Then as well, you need to avoid duplication of roles and responsibilities. Roles and responsibilities must be streamlined to particular stakeholders that its impact will be felt on the project. Then understand the concerns and expectation. Now, going into a project developmental area or sub-project area, as it's being called, you need to understand the specific issues in that particular area. Now, looking at the energy sector, nowadays is the renewable side. What actually gave the need for us to move into these areas? Is that as a result of inconsistency in power supply? Is that as a result of people not having enough access to energy, which has actually deprived them of the source of livelihood? Is it this? Is it that, this assessment needs to be actually done, carried out, to actually know what the concerns are? Then, in the process of implementation too, what is going to be the negative impact of this in that particular environment? Then you get the influence. Looking at the influence on the project. Now you bring in, let's say you bring in a partner on a project that you feel has the might. Might in what aspect? Is it in technical terms? Is it in financial terms? Is it in, is it in terms of influence? Or is it in terms of experience-wise, that based on previous projects that have actually been implemented in other climes? Next slide, please. Now, the stakeholders categories. In the Nigerian context, based on the stakeholders categories in the energy sector can be categorized as the primary stakeholders, the secondary stakeholders, and the vulnerable groups. So now, who are the primary stakeholders? The primary stakeholders are the host community, the sub-project area where this project will be implemented, the traditional rulers, the chiefs, the necessary traditional institution, then possibly the land-owning families. Of course, these infrastructures can be done on here. It will pass through some people's farmlands, family lands, heritages, and like. So these are the primary stakeholders. Then the secondary stakeholders are the institutions and the regulatory bodies. Now here we're looking at the licenses, the leases, and the settlers. Then we're looking at the federal and state military and developmental agencies that are in charge of the energy sector. Here we have the NEPRC, the NMD, PRA, and Federal Ministry of Environment, and like then we have the security agencies. Of course, we know the infrastructures needs to be protected. Then the civil society organizations who will ensure that there is accountability of this project, who will monitor this project to see if what the project itself has actually said it will do has been done. Then we're looking at the vulnerable groups. When we're talking about the vulnerable groups, they are not, most times when people hear vulnerable groups, they think they are just the people living with disabilities. No, we have women that are women, we have the aged people, we have the youth in the communities, we have additional fishers and farmers that might likely be impacted with the implementation of this project. So these are the stakeholders categories on this project. You can, next slide. Now, so what does the legislative landscape says about stakeholders engagement? Now, it's been backed by law. The PIA Act has been launched. Most energy institutions have actually started implementation. So what does it say about stakeholders engagement? This is actually, now, I mentioned earlier on that stakeholders engagement is no more about the informal corporate social responsibility. Now, based on the PIA Act, it's now a mandatory legal binding stakeholders engagement that's meant to be done, and there's a certain provisions that has been made in respect to that. Now, this has been summarized in 4 different critical pillars. Number 1 is the host community development. Now, it is stated in the PIA Act that the operator must establish host communities development trust, which is 3% of the operating expenses of the preceding year. Now, this includes participatory needs assessment. Back in the days when developmental projects want to take place in the community, people feel, oh, we're moving into this community, this is what they should need. Now it's far gone beyond that. There's meant to be a needs assessment. You might come to my community telling me you want to provide me with water. That might not be what I need. That might not be what I want. So with the needs assessment, we'll be able to determine to know, oh, he does not want water. He needs basic amenities. They need schools there. They need health facilities, health care centers. So how do you get to know that? It's by true stakeholders engagement, town hall meetings where people's opinions will be heard, and
where people's opinions will be heard and people will speak out to let you know what they actually want. That's the essence of the NIES assessment. Now, the regulatory consultation. Regulators this must have been done because this is one of the provisions, and I'm sure this must have been done. And proposed regulation for 21 days, allowing for public input. Now, this still boils down to stakeholders consultation, no validation by the relevant stakeholders, having an interface with them, telling them these are the proposed provisions. Which ones does not sit down well with you? Which ones do you actually think can be improved on before the final validation? Then after that, there will be a public disclosure to ascertain that all what we've all discussed have been adequately captured in that regulation. Now, the environmental stewardship, that's the environmental management plan. Now, it's now called the environmental and social management plan. The social aspect covers for the stakeholders, while the environmental aspect covers for our immediate environment, the soil, the water, the air. And the essence of this is, prior to you carrying out your developmental project, what was the stage of the environment prior to coming in? Then for you to assess what will be impacted. Will our project impact your environment? Will our project impact your people socially? If yes, what should be the mitigation measures? You can't just come into a community to say you want to come up with a developmental project without you having an idea of what the community, of this history of the community, what the community entails, the norms and the dues, the cultural heritage of the community. So that's the essence of the environmental and the social management plans that has been stated, which speaks about the relevant stakeholders, the community, the people coming in there to implement the project. Now, the operational transparency. So what happens after you must have completed your infrastructural development? The areas that must have impacted and you're not making use of, how do you intend to take care of such place? You can't just sit down and decide by yourself. You still need to carry the stakeholders along to tell them your intention on how best you think this should be done. Next slide, please. Now, we've spoken about the in-country system. So what does the International Safeguards Framework says about stakeholders' engagement? For the World Bank or ESF, which is the Environmental and Social Framework, we have the Environmental and Social Safeguards, Environmental and Social Standards 1 and 10. The first one is the assessment and management of environmental and social risk and impact, which we've basically assessing the inherent environmental and social risks that might accrue, that might come up as a result of your project, as a result of the infrastructural development. And this comes up, the first stage is by you screening the environment, screening the project to see the possible impact it will have on the environment. Then the third one, the ESS 10, is the stakeholders engagement and the information disclosure. The World Bank prides so much in this because they believe if I don't consult you before carrying out my developmental project, that means it might not be acceptable. So how sure are we that the projects we are about to embark on will be acceptable by the people? How sure are we that the people will protect this project? How sure are we that the people will take ownership of this project? That is the essence of the ESS 10. Then we have for the African Development, Bank integrated safeguard system, the operational safeguards 1 and 10. It still boils down to the same thing, stakeholders engagement, which is still in line with the World Bank ESF. Then for the IFC, the performance standard 1, if you get to the section 25 of this particular standard 1, it still speaks about the stakeholders engagement and elaborate consultation, due consultation that needs to be carried out, and a step-by-step guide on how to go about it. And the United Nations Declaration on rights for indigenous people still speaks about the free, prior, and informed consent. You need to seek my consent before you come
for a project. If not, that means you are imposing it on us, or you are imposing it on me, based on your own motive. So, and people might likely kick against it. And that is the essence of you having all these safeguards measures to ensure that everybody, all the regular actors, are being carried along without grievance. Whoever has grievance at that point in time, we weigh his or her grievances out, and it will be resolved in the appropriate manner. Now, let's now define this multiplier effect. How does this multiplier effect, how does it actually affect? We're talking about stakeholders engagement. Oh, okay, is it compulsory for us to actually have stakeholders engagement? Is it not compulsory? So if it's compulsory, what are bound to be the benefits? If it's not compulsory, so what do we stand to lose? Now we'll be looking at like 4 major factors here. The project timeline, like I mentioned earlier on, without due stakeholders engagement, project timelines might be delayed. Now, here in this table, we're saying without engagement, there's going to be a negative multiplier, which means there might be constant stoppages or litigation. People will come and tell you they don't have a clue about what you're about to carry out, even though it might be for their own benefit. Lots of litigations will come up and the likes. But if you have good stakeholders engagement strategy in place, smooth execution of projects and implementation, then we're looking at the security. Without engagement, you need to spend lots of money on procuring, on hiring securities. You need to burden yourself about our equipment, they are safe. You need to burden about the site itself, the campsite, the project site, to ensure that they are not being vandalized. So then, if you carry out a strategic engagement, the community will own it. Community itself will protect your asset. Community itself will protect the project because they know it's for their own benefit. In fact, as a matter of fact, in most cases, you see communities come up with vigilante groups, come up with lots of security initiatives to ensure that the project is adequately and well implemented. Now, we're looking at the financial aspect of it. There's going to be, if you're not, without strategic engagement, there will be high risk premium to financing. Then it might be restricted to private equity. People that just have money to, okay, let me just try this. Let me see if it will work out. If it doesn't work out, then I take it to my fate. Then it's not about to be like that. But if you having a good strategic engagement, there will be the multilateral development banks, the AFD, the World Bank, the EU. They will come around because they know the people already have an idea. It's the project, the proposed project is well accepted. Then they will have they will be confident to put in their fund into this because they know all the necessary safeguards measures will be put in place and will be strictly adhered to. Now, asset uptime. Without consultation, the infrastructure is vulnerable to sabotage and vandalism, which will be evident. And with good stakeholders engagement, there will be high uptime due to community ownership. So you are rest assured that the life cycle of the project will go on as planned. The infrastructure that has been installed, that has been done, will last for a longer period of time. And the community, and don't be surprised that the community at some point will come up with different committees to ensure that this keeps running over the year, even after the decommissioning phase. They will take up the ownership because they already have an idea of how well this will impact on the community or the area at large. Then they will take ownership of this with that to have a good infrastructure. Now, we've been talking about this. So, as organizations, how do we measure our stakeholder partnership with relevant actors? Not only during project implementation, prior to the project implementation, during the project implementation, and throughout the life cycle of the project implementation. Like I mentioned earlier on, the international lenders actually look for specific metrics to ensure that we have the social license to operate. And this social license is active and healthy which is active, functional, and can be relied on. Now, for us to measure this, it will require mixed tools, looking at the quantitative measures, and we're looking at the qualitative measures. So, what are the quantitative measures? Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Now, for the quantitative measure, which is the hard data, we'll be looking at the grievance resolution. Now, there are bound to be grievances in any developmental project, but what will be the mechanism that will be in place to ensure that all these grievances are being handled in a timely and effective manner? So that boils down to this. The specific metrics that will be looked at here is the percentage of grievances resolved within 14 days. And this will be based on different committees that must have been put in place to handle grievances. Now, the target benchmark should be above 90%. Now, we'll be looking at the operational continuity. So, what are the numbers of socially induced work stoppages that has happened? Now, there are some projects that at every point in time, there are always protests, there are always civil unrest, there are always complaints from here and there, which might lead to project stoppage. And they will say, okay, just hold on for a little time, let's examine this, let's carry out our investigations before you can continue. So how many has happened? What we're looking at will be none per quarter. Now, for the local economic impact, now, in the course of you carrying out your consultation, when you're meeting with the local economy, you will be asking, what are the skilled laborers you have? What are the types of semi-skilled labor you have? So that this will prevent you from bringing the type of laborers they have in that particular community over to your project site. And as well, if you're making use of the semi-skilled labor or the labor they have in that community, it will improve their source of livelihood, it will improve the economy of that particular area, and it will help them, it will improve their lifestyle as well. Now, how many have you been able to do in these host communities that have actually raised the SMEs? So the target will be based on the regulatory body, based on the ratio that must have been given to you in the course of you carrying out your consultation. Now, safety and security. What are the numbers of security incidents involving community members? This is quite salient. You have lots of in project sites, in some project areas, community members tend to do lots of things that affect the security of that particular place, and at the end of the day, they will say it's because of the project that is going on there that actually influenced this. So there should be a downward trend year over year upon year on that. So if this year, if you're having like, let's say 10, the next year should be reduced to like 8, 7, and 5. That's how you measure that. Then the host community development trust efficiency. The percentage of host community development trust funds utilized versus the one allocated. This host community development trust thing is the way it works. I like the way it works. If you have this trust, it's 3%, and you've been told that it needs to be used in the community. Now, this is how it works. If there's any sort of sabotage on the infrastructure, there will be a sort of assessment that will be carried out, and the figure will be deducted from the particular figure of the 3%. So now, community will take ownership of this project. They will not want their money to be deducted. So, as so doing, if there is sort of alarms or a sort of vandals or anybody infiltrating their community to sabotage such infrastructure, they will say no. Before you know it, it's been protected. That still boils down to owning the project by yourself. So it's meant to be 85% annually or more than 85% annually. So that's for the quantitative metrics. Now, for the qualitative metrics, which is the measuring the social license. Now, we're looking at the quality of relationship we have with the community and the project itself. Now, we're looking at the trust index. The trust index is like you having a sort of survey. asking people about the project. How have they been impacted about the project? Have you been considered in the course of this project? What are the ideas and what are the things you've been able to contribute? Then the participation breadth. We mentioned the issues of inclusiveness the other time. Women, youth, vulnerable groups, all needs to be carried along. Then the response integrity. Closing loops for people in the community will come up with suggestions. Have their suggestions be adequately captured in developmental projects? If yes, how have they been done? Then proactive reporting. The ratio of community reported hazards still boils down to the hosting communities development trust. Next slide, please. Now, so how do you implement this KPIs dashboard? Number one is allow it to be auditable. Ensure you use tools like the GIS link grievance log for accountability, for transparency, and for easy access. Then public facing, public hearing. Allow people to hear their views about how this has been actually effective, the implementation. Then you can link it to the performance of the stakeholders, engagement lead, and the project manager as well. Next slide. Now, this is just a case study brief for the cost of inaction. We all know if there. Now, here we're using two different sides. You're looking at the historical failure and the modern success. Then, for the historical failure, we're looking at the case of oil exploration in the Niger Delta. We all knew what happened. People were not carried along as a result of that. There were lots of fallout and frictions, unaddressed environmental impact. Then, if you're looking at the modern success, you're looking at the Northern State Solar Power Cluster that has been recently done, and in Kano, in some states that is still in the initial phase in Kaduna, Sokoto, Zamfara, and Kebbi State. Stakeholders have been carried along. Everybody wants to take ownership. They see this as integrated partnership instead of you coming to impose this on us. Next slide, please. Yes, this still boils down to that. Now, so the recommendations for this are for you to have, for integrated partnership to be effective, capital expenditure, you can budget 1 to 3% of it to stakeholders engagement, because it will go a very long way. For the sub-project areas of the people that will benefit from this project to have ownership of this. In fact, if you're coming into a community with engagement practice, you are rest assured that there's going to be smooth implementation of such project. Then stakeholders engagement list must have sit at project steering committee level to tell you how to go about you engaging with people. Proactive versus reactive. Let it be a concept. Let stakeholders engagement start from the moment of conceptualizing the project rather than at the crisis phase. Then there should be a continuous engagement, because stakeholders engagement is meant to be a continual activity. Now, in Nigeria, fiscal license is issued by the government, but the social license is issued by the host community, and we all need both to succeed. Thank you.
A round of applause for Mr. Akin Adewale. Thank you so very much. I think we might not be able to take the questions, but if you have, we need your feedbacks actually. So can we have the IT put the barcode on the screen? You can just bring out your phones. Thank you so much, sir. Doctor, sorry, we need to take a photograph with Doctor. Just 1 minute. Dr. Victor, please. Can we have the photographer here, please? Anyone from IAM? To compare. Present the certificate. Let me just join you.
Oh.
Let me just join. Another round of applause for Mr. Akin Adewale. Thank you so much. Your presentation reinforces the need to place people at the center of energy development, and we appreciate you so much for that. Thank you very much. All right, we'll just move to the next session, and it's a panel session. It's focused on mobilizing capital to drive inclusive and sustainable energy growth. What the session will do for us is, okay, first of all, let me introduce who it is, and then they'll tell you what they do to do, right? Now, it will be moderated by Miss Joy Onumajuru. I hope I got that correct. A round of applause for her. Do we have the moderator in the house? Is the moderator here now? Okay, a round of applause, please, until she gets here. She's a regional manager for Africa at the World Energy Council, alongside a distinguished panel of industry experts and a favorite of NIES. Thank you very much for coming. So, Ms. Joy, you have the floor now.
Wow. Good afternoon, everyone. A while ago, I passed here, and this place was so full. We're losing numbers. Okay. I have the honor to introduce my people in the hot seats for today. So, my panelists, in no particular order, I'll be introducing the first panelist to come on stage with me here is Sarah. I'll call her Dr. Sarah Onye. Sarah is the head of linkages, exchange, and partnership for the Petroleum Training Institute of Nigeria. Please, a round of applause and keep clapping until she comes on stage. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for honoring our invitation today. The next panelist to join Sarah will be Ms. Tengi George Okoli. She's the country manager for Nigeria National Resources Governance Institute. Please keep clapping for Tengi so we can encourage her to come on stage. Yes, thank you, Tengi, for coming. Still in no particular order is Mr. Hayatuddin Abba. Mr. Hayatuddin Abba is the Senior Technical Advisor to the MD of Rural Electrification Agency, REA. Thank you, Abba, for honoring our invitation. We truly appreciate. Next person to join the panel will be the Senior Director, Universal Energy Facility as the Sustainable Energy for All, SC for All, no other person but Anita Otubo. A round of applause for her. To see Anita, you need visa. For us to see her here today without taking a visa to New York, that's a very big deal. I'm still expectant. I have one more person from the development sector to be on this panel. Because I was not going to continue the panel without him. So yes, thank you. I have the Senior Investment Officer for Energy and Financial Solution, African Development Bank. No other person but Mr. Anuolua Olajide. A round of applause for him. So basically, all complete panel. I tried to find a gender balance, so still have more women than men. So yeah, so this panel will be talking about financing energy for the future, mobilizing capital for inclusive growth. So we are just basically going to be focusing on a lot around education, energy access. How do we fit in to the transition? And our goal for, I don't want to say M300, but yes, our goal for M300 for 2030. So without wasting further time, I'll just go straight to the questions. I just wanted to give a bit of background context about electrification, the transition, and M300. How many of us know that globally or in Africa, we still have a lot of people without access to electricity, about 600 and something million people without access to electricity? We'll be having a lot of deep dive conversation here today, and everybody on this panel will be telling us why we don't have light. What are they going to do to give us light? And please prepare your questions so that we can drill them and then they give us the actual solutions that we need. So over to you, Sarah. While on the transition conversation, the reason why you are on this panel is because you are PTI. And as the transition conversation goes on generically, we understand that there's a lot of skill gap, and we want to understand how you PTI are ready in terms of training the next generation for the transition. So that would leave me with the first question I'm going to be asking you is, how is the PTI evolving as curriculum-wise to ensure that the next generation engineers this capacity to manage both legacy of our oil assets and also the green hydrogen and the CCS, just to fit into the transition conversation of our global ambition? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the wonderful introductions. I also want to thank the organizers of this workshop for inviting me. Thank you. Actually, it was a concern at some point in time. Let me give an example. Imperial College, London. At some point, they had to scrap the oil and gas, petroleum engineering at master's level because there was this fear, energy transition. The Petroleum Training Institute was instituted by an act of government. And as such, we retain, what we do for the government. What do? We train middle-level manpower to be able to handle, make them competent to be able to work in the industry. Now, talking about this transition, recently we sat down to look at our curriculum. Definitely, you know that we still need the energy mix. At this point, we're trying to work on our curriculum to be able to bring in the other areas that relate to the renewables and integrate it. So we believe in giving our students the solid foundation in petroleum engineering. And then we train them also, which is something we're doing, it's progressive, working on the curriculum to include renewables. As I speak, we now have a course that fully into renewables and all the aspects of renewables. So our students are able to understand how to manage legacy assets. PTI is blessed to have a demonstration rig. So we don't do theory all the way. Our students learn in the class, and they still have a demonstration rig to practicalize what they're learning in class. We have a flow station. We have a drilling simulator as well. So we are well aware of what's happening in the industry, and we're working towards ensuring that the goal and the vision of Nigeria as relates to the energy transition is in place. Thank you very much.
Can you guys hear me? Yes. Thank you so much, Sarah, for that good background on closing the skill gap for the transition. And so I'll move over to you, Tengi. You would give us your background about what you do. We know you're country manager, but you tell us what the Natural Resource Governance Institute does. And your first question would be, how should Nigeria balance the need for domestic gas to power with the risk of global capital flight from fossil fuel, ensuring we don't lock the country into unsustainable debts?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. And thank you to the organizers for having me. My name is Tengi George Ikoli, and I'm country manager with the Natural Resource Governance Institute. We are an international NGO, and we do a lot of research in the intersection of oil, gas, and mining, and how countries that are dependent on fossil fuels or navigating transitions are exploring pathways that ensure an inclusive, people-centered energy transition process. This question that you've asked is quite critical because for Nigeria has put out a Decade of Gas initiative, which guides our gas expansion efforts from 2021 to 2030. But that presents challenges and questions when we view it within the context of the energy transition. And that is something that NRGI has done over the last couple of years, looking at different country perspectives. And we've designed a gas to power framework, which explores energy access concerns, energy security, and the energy transition more broadly. We actually have a report that adapts this framework to Nigerian context coming out later on this year. And we explore many questions, some of which are how will a country like Nigeria that continues to depend on fossil fuels for revenue and energy navigate the transition? How do we respond given numerous expansive gas ambitions in the past, like in our national gas policies, in our current Decade of Gas plans, in our PIA? It's really guided our expansion plans around our energy expansion dreams, so to speak. But we've been unable to achieve and realize those ambitions over the number of years. So the question is, how should we design a path that is realistic and right-sized for the Nigerian context, bearing in mind the different paradigms that are happening globally? So for us, we're thinking about how much more value can the country get from its gas. Yes, we recognize that the role of gas will continue over the next couple of years, but there should be a bit more of a inclusion and scaling up of our renewables, given that we have not been able to realize our ambitions around our gas resources. Heavy reliance on gas has presented a number of challenges, as our moderator was saying. We still experience power shortages. And why is that? How do we imagine a different future for ourselves? So we asked the question, how many more gas plants can Nigeria build if we can't keep our current ones running? We've had those challenges. Nearly 4/5 of all our gas-fired capacity came online between 2005 and 2015, where production was on the rise, there was optimism. This was before COVID, where there was more ambition around our different investments around fossil fuels. But this has changed. Over the series of different COPs, we've had different countries, different institutions commit to reduce fossil fuel investments. Sure, it's been a nuanced and evolving phase, especially what's been going around in the global paradigm, the US for one. But the reality is that the funding has not really followed into gas, but it has expanded towards other sources, including renewables. From our analysis, we found that energy finance around clean energy we've had more inflows to about $10 million in some years. In 2024, that was topped up to about $2 billion. So there's a lot of investments that are going into renewables that Nigeria could potentially tap. In 2023, Nigeria was actually the 5th largest recipient of clean energy finance to about $829 million for 42 projects. Nigerian companies received 1/5 of all African mini-grids financing between 2019 and 2023. And this tracks bigger changes and investments that we've seen on the continent, where energy investment has doubled in Africa from 2020 to 2024 alone. So there's a lot of opportunities in this regard. So to the last point of the question where you asked about the debt sustainability, for us, we believe that the influx of money for renewable projects presents an opportunity for Nigeria to right-size its gas ambitions and scale up its renewables, put in the right policies and frameworks to be able to attract those renewables and be more realistic about the plans that we have. Given the fact that I said initially we've had very expansive gas policies that have not yet yielded fruit, let's now be more realistic and try to move Nigeria forward to achieve our energy access and energy security dreams. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nick. Given, don't know why my mic keeps doing this. Okay. Thank you very much for the data and statistics given in terms of investment into clean energy. But I know there's clean energy, there's cleaner energy, and the conversation about unsustainable debt. Because I know development finance, that you guys give us money, development finance, and Africa as a region, we tend to pay ×4 of what the actual other parts of the world are paying. So that's why we use the clause unsustainable debt. In that context, we want to know, you said 2023, about $800 and something went into clean energy, if I'm right. In that statistics, about $800 and something million went into clean energy. Did any of them go into cleaner energy in terms of gas infrastructure, or all went into renewables? I will be pushing that question to AFDB. AFDB, do you want to pick up on that? Or do you want to concur that she said that? Or you have your own data that is different from what she has said?
Hello, okay, hi everyone.
Yeah.
So I don't have any data to dispute that or to contradict what she said. What I can say is that at AFDB, we also support gas-related opportunities. And recently, that's last month, we approved, the board of AFDB approved around 150 million euros for a gas-related transaction in Mozambique. And that's a broader sense in terms of the size of the transaction itself. If AFDB ticket is just around 150 million, so you could imagine how big the transaction itself is. So effectively, what I'm trying to say is that we are not, we don't shy away from gas opportunities, so we try to take advantage of opportunities that arise from that space as well. So.
Okay, Anu, that leads me to your actual question that says, what are the structural innovations such as credit enhancement or junior equity tranches
is the African Development Bank deploying to encourage local institution investors to move into energy assets class?
Thank you once again for the question. I'll just cite a simple example for a very recent transaction we just did. It's called Project Zafiri. We realized that there is a lot of debt in the market that has flowed into so many sectors and industries, and realized, especially when it comes to renewable energies, they don't have the capacity to take on more debt, to expand their balance sheet, and actually facilitate energy access and deepen the availability of people's access to energy. So what we did was to come together with other DFIs and other philanthropic agencies to say, let us dimension this sector, identify what the problems are, and then come up with a solution. So what we did was to structure Project Zafiri, which with the aim of raising $1 billion USD in patient capital. So effectively, we blended senior equity investments with junior equity investments plus philanthropic capital. So effectively, we have a very cheap equity capital that we can invest in some identified companies, help them to grow to become unicorn, and at the end of the day, they can expand their balance sheet, take on more debt if they choose to. But at the end of the day, the reality is with cheap capital, they can do more business, they can make power available to households on a very cheaper scale. So trying to point to your question around the kind of instruments we use, that's a typical example. It's a $1 billion fund. We're starting with phase one, which is $300 million. I think that will become operational in the next couple of weeks. I mean, I can talk about it now because the first tranche has already been announced to the general public. So, but that's a major one.
What's it called again? Project
Zafiri. You can just check it out online.
You guys want to take the spelling of Zafiri so you can do your research and get your questions ready for Zafiri?
Yeah, Zafiri is Z-A-F-I-R-I. Yeah, exactly. So it's a big one, and I think our people need to key into it because it's a Pan-Africa project, but a portion of that fund is going to come to Nigeria, so we need to take advantage of it.
Okay, thank you very much, AFDB. I'll be moving my next question to SE for All. If you know about the Mission 300 that was signed in Tanzania last year, January 27, 28, when different countries in the world came to say that Africa, we are blackouts, and they said we are making commitments to ensure that Africa will see the lights before 2030. Is that an ambitious agenda? So let's have Anita tell us some conversations about that. How can we actually, how can we transition result-based financing from being pilot-focused to becoming permanent mainstream features of Nigerian national energy financing strategy to unlock the finance needed for 2030?
No? Perfect. Thank you so much for that question, and thank you all for staying this late. Appreciate you finding this conversation, or hopefully finding this conversation interesting enough to discuss with us after the panel. Now, firstly, I would say that results-based finance in Nigeria, I don't feel as though the government is looking at it from a pilot-focused lens. I think or believe that Nigeria has advanced well beyond looking at RBFs as pilots. And before I go into my reason for this statement, I think it's important that I explain what an RBF is, results-based financing is. It's essentially where payments, incentives are made upon verified, agreed upon milestones being met, right? So for example, as it pertains to the development of a mini-grid, you would probably say to a mini-grid developer, you're not going to get your grant payments until you have been able to achieve 30 days of supply of electricity from your mini grid to your end user. And the reason why the RBF approach requires this is because we have a long history of, if not white elephant projects, we have projects that are substandard. So not only does the RBF approach allow for or ensure that these projects are actually delivered, but they're also fit for purpose. Another feature of results-based finance is the fact that it adopts blended finance. So the fact that an RBF will provide grant funding, it's not going to cover the entire capital expenditure of delivering this mini-grid. The mini-grid developer is expected to blend the grants that will come from this RBF program with either equity or debt, so whether it's forgivable loans, equipment finance, or whatever it is, to de-risk projects, make them a lot more attractive and viable in order to deploy these types of decentralized renewable energy projects at scale. Now, why I say that these projects are not, or Nigeria does not view RBF from a pilot focused lens is because of the Nigeria Electrification Project, which I previously headed, that's been implemented by the Rural Electrification Agency. A total of $550 million was secured from the World Bank and the African Development Bank. It's not free money, it's a loan to government. It's a loan facility to government. So for government to be able to enter into such a loan facility, it must mean that that political will and desire is there to achieve energy access utilizing an RBF approach. Now, with this 550 million, or at least 70% of this amount, and my colleague here from RBF can correct me if I'm wrong, he's still there, from RBA, sorry, can correct me if I'm wrong, at least at the time when I left, over 5 million people who didn't have access to electricity now have access to electricity. I believe 3 years on, there's a significant number. And as a result of the success of the Nigeria Electrification Project, there's now the DARES program, which is providing a total of $750 million from the World Bank to scale up, utilizing the likes of results-based finance.
Anita, I'll stop you there. Talking about the DARES project and the World Bank grant funding, it's bringing me to the custodian of all the electrification projects in Nigeria, the REA. So I would be asking my next question.
Do you mind if I quickly just conclude?
No, I would come back to you, Anita,
No,
please. I just need to pick up. Don't worry, you still have more time to talk. I will come back to you. I need to pick this conversation here. REA, Mr. Hayatuddin, correct? So how is your organization shifting from grant-heavy model to capital catalyst model to ensure that every dollar of public funding unlocks multiple dollars of private investment for rural mini-grids?
Thank you very much, Ms. Moderator. I'll start by saying that I'll leverage what Anita here has said alongside AFDB, right? So the results-based framework in and of itself, in many ways, is a blended structure, or it gives rise to a blended structure, where you then mobilize private sector at scale to be able to solve the problem. Now, I think we shouldn't look at the grants as a bad word here, because there are certain elements that have to do with viability gap financing that exists at the locations that we try to electrify. Remember, for those of you that know REA, our mandate is to extend electricity access to unserved and underserved populations within the country. That is, we don't discriminate. We have to serve everybody. And because we have to serve everybody, we have to ensure that the right structures, the right incentives are in place for the private sector to go to these hard-to-reach areas to electrify. Now, I'll talk to the scale of the program. I know Mission 300 is at the center of it, but if we could localize or focus our lens a little bit and look at the Nigeria situation, right? Today we have 86 or so million Nigerians that lack access to electricity, right? Now, that is not a non-trivial figure by any stretch of the imagination. That is the literal population of so many different countries in one. right? And then for those of us that are actually connected to the grid, we're severely underserved, right? We've routinely having to deal with around 5,500 megawatts thereabout to serve a population of about 200 million Nigerians. I mean, to put it into context, we have the installed capacity of, say, Liverpool, for instance, with less than 1% of the population. That should put it into perspective for all of us. So really, the REA mission is one that is centered around three distinct principles, right? We ensure energy equity, like I mentioned earlier. We have to serve everyone. Energy security, meaning that the energy we provide is there and is reliable. And the third bit is environmental sustainability, because climate risk is a key issue that investors look at. And specifically for the purposes of energy access, we see that that is the cheapest, least cost way to electrify all communities that lack access, right?
I just learned something new today. The 3 cardinal points in which REA stands on.
Yeah, so I guess to take it a step further, we did an analysis to see that this 86 or so million Nigerians that lack access to electricity, where are they? Where are the communities? And how best can you serve them, right? So it featured in something we call the National Electrification Strategy and Implementation Plan. So we took the existing data from different sources, Grid 3 data from the SC for All platform, medium voltage line data, nighttime lights, to essentially map the entire country. And then based on the respective distance from the grid, we determined the cost per connection for each and every single community. And for us, that least cost strategy told us something very simple, that for us to achieve universal access across all the communities in Nigeria, it will cost $23 billion, right, for us to achieve universal access. And this is when you consider the tier 2 access. I think that's about 200 watts as the entry point for energy access, right? So recall that the federal government has made very clear the ambition to achieve $1 trillion economy. So what I'm saying to you is the 23 billion is by no means enough for us to achieve our objective. It's just to achieve universal access.
So basically, what we're just asking is how do we move from this grant dependency in electrification into capital catalyst in terms of the models shifting? We've had this conversation before, Anu. So Anu is laughing, but how do we get the private sector to come in so that electrification is not just grant-based, it is also that people can put in their money and expect return on investment?
Yeah, so I felt it was necessary to give this background so that you can understand when I start making my points on that. I'm sorry if that has been a bit long-winded, but that's how I tend to approach these things, right? Because understand that we're not financing the underlying costs of these assets. The grants in and of themselves are meant to be catalytic. They're meant to mobilize private sector at scale. Now, the project that Ms. Anita here headed, the Nigeria Electrification Project, gave us incredible insight. We demonstrated different business models that proved you could use decentralized renewable energy to extend electricity access. It never was like that before, right? Before, the only option we had was to extend the grid, right? But as we've seen the development cost of distributed renewable energy continuously go down about, I think, 80% in the last 20 years, we're witnessing the same with batteries, right? So I guess for us, we demonstrated the business models. Some of the initial developers went through the capital formation process. I think one of you mentioned the fact that grants are meant to catalyze equity and then catalyze debt and things like that. So through that exercise, we now have developers that we truly can call RESCOs, renewable energy service companies, right? So the idea going towards theirs is to scale up what we've done, right? And to also begin to improve on the grant funding structure itself. One of the things that we did was to introduce differentiated grants, because thinking about it, the economics of extending electricity access is not universal across Nigeria, for instance, right? If I were to go to Ogun Shagamu to build a mini grid, not that I will do that, it would be different from going to Baga in Borno State, for instance, right?
So I will cut you short now, Abba, so I can pick up all the other opinions from the panel. Before everyone say I'm impartial, that allowing Abba to speak for so long. He actually is the namesake of the MD, same name, Abba. So, this panel I think is a very balanced panel because we've got even if not traditional energy players, then we've got gas, and then I've got the electrification people. So, how do we get all these people to come together and ensure that we've got energy access by 2030? So, it brings me to my question, Sarah. In the context of financing energy for the future, I will take you just away from this electrification conversation to the IOCs. Yeah. So how can we incentivize more IOCs and service firms to move beyond CSR and treat technical vocational training, like, especially when we're talking about technical vocational training, we're talking about feeding the transition, because we know that the transition has come to stay. How do we now ensure that we have the skill gap that fits into the transition? So basically, we were looking at bankable investments in sustainability and order of their own operations. So I want your insights on that from the traditional energy perspective.
Okay, thank you. I'm still going to zero in on training. You see, when there is a skills gap in any sector, it translates many times into losses, downtime, and ultimately, we call it cost overruns. So, skills gap should be closed. And looking at the energy transition, do we have, I would say that training is a bankable investment, because you can actually measure you can align your ROIs to KPIs, but you can't expect much from people that you haven't trained. So just the going beyond treating training as a CSR, training is crucial. And I'm glad that this industry, the oil and gas industry to be precise, there is no company, to the best of my knowledge, that doesn't have a budget for training. But the issue now is was there a needs analysis carried out before you give the training vote? Or the companies who train just come to you, I have this training, bring your people, which is what I see happening. Because we need to ensure that a proper needs assessment is carried out. I'm very glad for some of the government agencies that are regulating the oil and gas industry. Like I know of NCDMB, at the moment, they are working on a needs analysis. Because if you don't do a needs analysis, you wouldn't know where the gaps are. So when you know the gaps, you will invest in ensuring that that gap is closed. And how do you invest? You invest in training. Even as an institution of government, PTI, recently we are looking at retraining all our faculty, from the technicians to the technologists and the lecturers themselves and trainers, which is a huge investment, but we have to do it, else we'll atrophy. If you don't train, you will become obsolete, and you won't be able to translate what I call emerging knowledge to your students. I head the Linkages, Exchange and Partnerships Department of the Institute. And one of the things I found out is that the Institute, rather, realized that there is a gap between that synergy between academia and industry. And that's why my department was created. And one of the things we do in my department is that we bring core technical industry people in a program we call Industry Academia Linkage Series, just to teach the faculty on emerging technologies. And when faculty learns that, they incorporate it into the curriculum, making the curriculum rich enough to teach the students. So
the question is, do you think that what you do in PTI actually fits into the transition ambition that we have?
Oh yes, definitely yes.
Especially tailored to...
Sorry.
Yeah. My question is very specific to, does the PTI training, can we have graduates around the PTI fit into the transition of the skills that we require for the green transition?
Okay, if you're talking about green transition as it relates to recent happenings, We are doing that as I speak. But when you talk about this industry, if you go to LLNG, PTI graduates.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sarah. I will move over to Tengi. I got it right this time around. Tengi, not Nengi. Tengi. Okay, Tengi. The question I'll be asking you is just specific about fiscal incentives. So, what are needed to ensure that revenues currently generated from these OMLs in the traditional energy space are being transparently reinvested into transition minerals and green industrialization? Because what we are trying to do is, the world is talking about green transition, and Nigeria is saying we are an energy mix incorporation. So how do we feed, how do this character interrelate with each other? So how does the traditional energy space, how do we really fit into the green industrialization?
Hello? Okay. Thank you so much for that question. Just piggybacking quickly on your last question, I just wanted to offer that the NRGI, we actually have courses that we offer on oil gas mining and the connectivity with energy transition, and we offer those at junior, mid and senior level as well. So if there are people in the audience that are interested in that intersection of that learning, please feel free to visit our website or reach out to me after the end of this session. So the key question that you're asking, I think it's a very important one. And the core concern there is not how much Nigeria sort of earns from fossil fuels or its OML assets. We've earned significant sums over the years, but unlike our counterparts in Norway that have been able to save over time about $1 trillion of their earnings, Nigeria has never really had that same sort of trajectory. I think the most that we've saved is about $200 billion, and then we've channeled them in ways that were not necessarily for the benefit of Nigeria as we should have done. So I think that there are lessons that we can learn from different past approaches that Nigeria has taken. One with its excess crude account, and then also with its ongoing sovereign investment fund. And I list those two because they present opportunities for where Nigeria has tried to ring fence its funds and its revenues from fossil fuels to deliver a certain objective. So with its sovereign investment fund, we've channeled that into stabilization as well as the ECA, into stabilization fund for future generations and for infrastructure. With the ECA, that hasn't worked as well as the sovereign investment fund, and that has been for particular reasons around putting in the right kind of governance structures and the right sort of regulatory frameworks as well. So one of the key opportunities that Nigeria can take is ring fencing, for instance. So the funds that we have, we need to sort of challenge or create a framework or an account where we assign a certain earnings from our oil and gas assets towards that green industrialization priority and also transition minerals. One of the gaps that we found in our energy transition plan is we have sort of our goals and objectives around renewable energy and expanding that space and that industry, but we haven't done a sufficiently clear mapping in terms of how we mainstream our minerals, transition minerals opportunities into that ecosystem. So creating an account that's
talking to you, listen to you, I can go on and on and on, because you've got so much data to give us. But when you
there are
say
a few
something,
learnings around this that I just want to emphasize. And I will say that I feel like you're being a bit partial, because Abbas was a lot longer. So I will take a few seconds, and the women, I feel like as well. Speaking for the women, we have gotten a shorter time. Anyway, let me continue. So I think it's actually very important for us to think about. So one, as I said, for ring fencing, it's important to have this focus on how do we channel our oil revenues to actually unlock the mineral sector for one. There are a number of challenges in terms of our database, in terms of value addition across the solid mineral sector that revenue can be used to unlock. Again, this strategy is looking at future-proofing for Nigeria. Right, so looking at the longer term, and we have energy transition plans, we have low carbon emission strategies that have all of these different ideals outlined, but we have to make sure that the policy framework actually create an enabling environment for this to all
Tengi, I'm going to cut you short right
and
now.
I will say one quick.
Tengi, I'm going to cut you. Oh, come back.
Let me
Just
say one
just
last
hold
thing.
on that thought. No, you pick it up in your final round.
It's
because
fragmenting our inputs.
I'm don't worry. You
Okay,
pick up in
then.
your final round.
Sure.
But you know, communication. When you say sovereign investment fund, you're talking about NSIA, right? NSI, they are sovereign locally.
Yeah, so
sovereign
they
fund.
manage the fund, yes.
Yeah, and then the ECA that hasn't worked. We'll come back to that.
Okay.
I picked those words properly, and I know why I highlighted it, so I can come back to that question with you. And now I'll be going over to Anita. It's still linking the financing question, Anita. And then please pick up from your last thought while I drop this question. I'll be going to you on how does financing energy for income generating activities like cold storage for farmers or mining or for SMEs create a more sustainable circular economy that ensures rural communities can actually afford the energy that they are now connected to. Because when we talked about energy, we talked about ROI when we're talking to REA, and then we talked about affordability so that, the grids are sustainable. Anita, over to you, please.
Okay, so to quickly wrap up on my first answer, yes, I'd mentioned that Nigeria has gone beyond piloting RBFs. However, to truly mainstream RBFs towards achieving, universal energy access, there needs to be changes across policy, institutional, and market levels, right? However, with that being said, I wouldn't necessarily encourage embedding RBF as a financing mechanism towards achieving energy access, just because you don't want to be so rigid. There's need for flexibility in this sector because it's ever sort of evolving, right? So as the market is growing, there are loads of learnings. And so as a result of these learnings, it requires a lot of innovative financing solutions. And so you don't want to mainstream RBF so much to the point where you're not so open to other types of financing to truly address the various types of issues, risks, realities that come up as we, implement these energy access projects. I hope that is clear and makes sense to you all. Now, for the second question, we all know that without energy, no sector or most sectors won't be able to thrive, from education to healthcare, and certainly not business. Large-scale MSMEs, it's impossible for them to truly reach optimum capacity without energy. I guess the short answer is that energy enables income. Income enables payment or sustainable payment of the clean energy, and the revenue received as a result of consuming and being paid, as a result of consuming the power, the revenue received by the developers will enable them to operate long-term these mini-grids, maintain them, and also expand. So that's how it sort of feeds into or creates or establishes a circular economy. Now, my long answer, that was the short answer. The long answer, perhaps I'll just give an example of a program I currently head, the Universal Energy Facility. This is where we're implementing the standalone solar for productive use program in Nigeria, where we're providing grant subsidies to companies who are in the business of deploying standalone solar solutions for productive use. So that is systems that have sufficient capacity to power appliances, equipment, machinery that can be used to generate income. Now, in deploying or implementing this program, we found that the businesses that were able to benefit from these systems, they had recorded a significant increase in productivity, 77% increase. They were able to open their shops for longer timeframes. They were able to employ a lot more people, obviously increased revenue, reduced loss of post-harvest production, just because of the fact that there was more energy, reliable, clean energy, to help with their businesses. And so typically, when we think about productive use equipment and appliances in energy access, we always look at it from the lens of, oh, we need to ensure that these mini-grid projects, these standalone projects, or decentralized renewable energy standalone projects have to be viable and sustainable. Let's incorporate this PUE type of component. And we don't necessarily always think about the means of livelihood for the end user. Right, but I think it's very important that as we continue to design these programs like the DARES and so on, that it does, provide some additional training. We've been hearing about training for, I guess, staff, but even training for end users to know how to even, establish these businesses that will rely on machinery that will be powered by electricity that can actually improve their own means of livelihood and well-being and be able to also pay for the power that's being consumed.
Thank you, Anita. That was right on time. This conversation is leading me to REA. Your next question, please. It's what specific financial mechanisms, such as micro-incentives or genderless investing, are being integrated into REA's operation to ensure energy prosperity is truly inclusive? We talk about, we talk about gender inclusion, women at the forefront of energy transition, the off-grid solutions that we need, clean cooking agenda. There's so much going on globally about this. I want to understand REA's perspective and context for women inclusion in this ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's an interesting question coming from you. Again, the panel is not very gender balanced, right? On the other side. and that has reflected even in the, that's like a 2-to-1 ratio. So, but on a more serious note, I think I resonate very well with the question. Reason being that if we are to consider energy access, the lack of energy access disproportionately affects women, more so than men, particularly because the activities that lack power or the existing conditions within the communities that lack power, you tend to see the activities or the adverse effects of the alternatives affect women more. You mentioned a couple of them. Clean cooking, for instance. The absence of clean cooking means that the women in those communities, usually in charge of cooking, end up suffering the effects of using fossil fuels, right? So that's one aspect of it. The second aspect is lack of clean water. These women are often the ones going to hard-to-reach places to get water, potable water for the family. That takes away from productive time, takes away from time that they could have been using to study. And then when it's time for them to study, there's no power. They have to use incandescent lights and lanterns and things like that, perhaps not incandescent lights. So things like that. So because of that, we believe that the energy provision in and of itself is correcting this inequality. Beyond that, in the programs that we have executed through our M&E frameworks, we've made it a point in part of our beneficiary selections to ensure that women do actively benefit beyond this sort of general approach that I mentioned. For example, Anita made mention of standalone systems, right? We have a component on the standalone system, Solar for Business, I believe under the DARES. There's a specific reservation for women-headed households and women-led businesses, right? It's a percentage that must be met as part of the M&E framework for us to achieve that, right? Sorry? 30%, yes, thank you.
So Anita is supporting you to get this right. So guys, you're listening to the frameworks that REA has in terms of the funding and how women gender are, because I need you to take notes so that you can come to him after the panel so that you can be included. Abba, you have further enlightenment to give us.
Yes, beyond that, in the larger microgrids that we intervene in public institutions, we do tend to do those programs with components for learning, right? Aside from the power plant, we do build renewable energy training centers, and we do attach to that unique female STEM training program. So the female universities, students within the universities end up being part of the project team, right? As the MD has said time and time again, the opportunity is there for a lot of these female engineers to be part of the process from soil testing to commissioning. Now, as an engineer myself, that is an opportunity that was not afforded to me, right? When I was going through school learning electrical engineering, right? So again, that's another nod.
Thank you very much, Alba, for those insights given in terms of REA's M&E regulatory framework.
We've trained 140 female STEM students.
Okay, and we get more of the people here will be trained to and be beneficiaries of that deployment. Moving forward, I have a question for AFDB. AFDB, please, and this is still about energy access and still about investment. So from a development perspective, how is AFDB expanding its local currency lending capability to ensure that inclusive growth isn't undermined by mismatch between dollar denomination debt and naira denomination energy tariffs? Is this what we talk about on leads me back to Tengi, if you remember. We talked about unsustainable debt. So that's you see that lending exchange, how do we balance all that to ensure that no one goes into debts that they cannot even meet up with? So over to you, Anu.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. So AFDB can deploy capital in currencies of its regional member countries, which Nigeria is one of them. So effectively, we can actually lend in naira. However, there is a size to the kind of transaction that we finance directly. So, for instance, from the private sector side, where I focus on, the minimum tickets or the minimum transaction size that we do is $100 million and above. So that's for just one transaction. So for AFDB to come and raise naira capital or to provide naira financing, we need to probably get 3 or 4 or 5 transactions of similar structure or similar size and then raise local financing. Now, because we've had a lot of challenges, being able to identify those kind of transactions and take them to market at the same time, we came up with new initiative to provide financing for smaller transactions. So what we did was to come up with this particular product called Leveraging Energy Access Finance. We call it the LEAF product. So what we did was to partner with local financial institutions and see when there is viable companies that want to do transaction in these kind of sectors, we can provide the financing to those local banks who can then on-lend to the company. So because we are providing the financing at a very cheap price, the eventual cost to the company will be way more lower compared to if you had just gone to them and try to borrow money directly. So that can fit into what our local companies could benefit from. Right. Another thing that we've done is to also come up with different guarantee structure because we cannot provide guarantee to most of this company directly. What we then did is also to de-risk that particular product, the LEAF product, by partnering with some entity like Green Climate Fund to provide counter guarantee to that particular facility, which makes it even more cheaper. Right. So what our advice is, let's structure our transaction very well. Identify a local bank that we can partner with that is also, of course, on AFDB's partnership list as well. And then we can talk about how we can make that naira facility available. Right. So, thank you.
Guarantees, guarantees, guarantees. When you hear the development sector speak, you hear guarantees. When you hear the energy sector speak, you hear off-takers. When you hear, I'm just saying keywords in terms of across the ecosystem. So what we would do now, we've spent quite a long time on this panel. I'll take final words from everybody on this panel, and I'm employing my audience now to get ready your questions. I will take 2 questions from the audience. Please give us, we will wrap up 1 minute from each person panel for their final words, 2 questions from the audience, and we wrap up this panel. So in a nutshell, 10 minutes will do. My audience, you can see I'm on the hot seat. My panelists, you can see I'm on the hot seat. So for people that like to talk very slowly and take their time, please ensure that you can give us your last words on the panel in 30 seconds. I would like to start from Nengi. Nengi, I'm going to throw a question about ECA. Why has it not worked? And then give us your final words on this panel so we can wrap up. Thank you.
Okay, name is Tengi, but Georgie Coley, again, that mistake happens often. So the point I was making with the ECA and the Sovereign Wealth Fund is that with the ECA, we had weak rules in terms of weak deposits, withdrawal, and governance rules. But with the sovereign investment, we have stronger mandates. And so having that sort of structure supports these sort of mechanisms that we want to create for scaling up transition minerals and green industrialization. My final word is going back to the first question that you asked, essentially saying that Nigeria has made big bets around its decade of gas. It's important to infuse realism, right-sizing into those plans to allow for a more sustainable projects to achieve our goals of energy transition, etc. But that can only be done if we right-size our ambitions around gas. Thank you.
Thank you, Tengi. Sarah, Dr. Sarah, please. Final words, 30 seconds.
Okay. I'll just speak a bit about incentivizing training for the IOCs. Okay. We want to encourage, some tax incentives. We're hoping that the government will look into it. Tax incentives for companies that are taking training serious. Training get towards the transition. Tax incentives, subsidies, just to promote the transition. So that's.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sarah. Abba, who has the mic by his side? Yeah. Anita, please. Abba, anyone with the mic? Final word, 30 seconds, please.
Hello. Can you hear me now? So you heard our moderator, Joy, mention that there are 600 million people thereabouts in the continent that don't have access to electricity. 80 million of those people are based here in Nigeria. We are expected to achieve universal access to electricity by 2030 as per Sustainable Development Goal 7. So there's a role for everyone to play. If you're a developer, don't just think about Nigeria alone. There are other African countries. There's Sierra Leone, there's DRC, and the likes. Do the research, get involved, apply. It's not just for the international companies. You guys can be international companies in other countries across the continent. You don't have to be an engineer as well to work in this space. I'm a lawyer. We need financiers. We need M&E specialists. We need literally across all of the various, educational backgrounds, if that makes sense, right? So I'm just encouraging you all to take advantage of this very unique opportunity or opportunities that we have, not just in Nigeria, but across the continent.
Thank you very much. That's from M300. Yes, so, okay.
Yeah, latching on to where she stopped, right? So, because...
Abba, get ready.
Yeah, I support the private sector, right? So, when you get involved in this space, we are very much willing to support viable opportunities in terms of financing. But just like I mentioned, we often do a large impact or large ticket size transaction because we believe the local financiers can fund the lower size transaction. So when you're thinking big, you want to do it big, either in Nigeria or outside of Nigeria, think of AFDB. Will be there to give you all the necessary support.
Wow, that's good. So you say we should come as a consortium so that we can come with our project, aggregate of project, and give us $100 billion. Okay. Abba, thank you. Go ahead. Okay. 30 seconds. No, you need to say, but please try.
Okay, mine is very straightforward. I think I'll just leverage what I've heard on this panel. I think it's important for us to come together to solve this problem. This is the greatest challenge of our time, both in terms of energy access, energy transition. Our problems are unique and idiosyncratic to the region that we are in and the country that we are in today. So we need as much local participation as possible. Just adding to what Anita here has said. I do believe that it also goes beyond simply engineering. You need technical, financial, regulatory, everything that needs to come together to make this possible. You need that, right? Because you need to structure things that work for us. That's on the one side.
No, Abba, thank you very much. 30 seconds. From the audience, please. Oh, God, I've got so many hands raised, but please. No, I'm going to leave that responsibility to him to manage. Please speak from the audience who you want to. You know, you do. Yes, go ahead. Yes, please. Just yes. You can have offline questions after they get off the stage. Yes, please. It doesn't have to be gender focused, but just pick 2 people.
Male, female, that's fine. Thank you, and brilliant panel. Please, a round of applause for this panel, please. One thing, because we're talking about finance. My name is David Arinze. I'm a renewable energy specialist. One thing when we talk about finance, we keep on saying, I've been on a similar panel with AFDB. We have money, we cannot get to disburse them. On the other hand, and you say that there are no projects to fund. Meanwhile, entrepreneurs, private sector are struggling to access those funds. I'm just here to provide a solution. We cannot continue to have this challenge running, because if we are going to see anything meaningful in the energy space, we need to be able to unlock capital, because these projects must be bankable. And at the end of the day, one thing I see here that is lacking, we have a program called the Energy Transition Challenge Fund that is already taking that step to address it. And what is it? We've understood that private sector, some of these companies may need some targeted technical assistance in order to structure their business effectively and make them ready for investment. If we continue saying that we have pockets of money somewhere, and on the other hand, we're not providing that relevant targeted assistance to the private sector, money will sit, you would have an obligation to disburse funds, and you will not be able to disburse them. Meanwhile, you have viable projects, bankable projects that can be developed with a strengthened and empowered private sector. So I say, right, while we talk about trying to raise capital, while we talk about the fact that we have monies and we need to be able to bridge that energy access gap, because again, energy access, when we bridge that gap, we are literally bridging the opportunity to improve life and livelihoods. While I'm saying that in all I've said, we need to ensure that we create technical assistance, because energy is bankable. It's not a charitable endeavor, and it must be paid for.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you very much. That's my mentor. I would think that is not a question, that's a contribution, David. That's my mentor, and I forgot to introduce him properly. He was the SDG 7 chair. Don't forget to listen. That's my mentor. He brought me into the energy sector. A round of applause for David. Okay, I will take you. There's a guy at the back, one person, hand at, yes, I will take you after her. No. Please, please, when you see enthusiasts, encourage them. Thank you.
Right, good afternoon, everyone. Rather good evening, everyone. My name is Nina, and I work with, I'm partnership lead for AFARA. I'm very interested in what David has spoken about, because that's exactly what we're doing. We're focused on, women-led businesses in energy
please.
And infrastructure.
Question, please.
My question is actually for Anita. I'm also a lawyer as well, so I resonate with what you said about everybody in this sector being important. But my question is about the result-based financing that you mentioned, and I think I wanted to know, between when you were, in charge of doing that and now where, you have like a bird's eye view of it, you mentioned that, there are some policies and things that may need to change in terms of, implementing that structure in the energy industry. So I wanted you to shed more light on between then and now. What do you think can help that structure be more beneficial for the energy industry? Thank you.
I'll take the next question, so it can all be answered. Well, yeah, go ahead.
My name is Engineer Sisoke Kanem, Head Research and Improvement for NNPC. I want to ask the AFDB person, what is the most realistic pathway today for private sector to access FDP-supported finance for mini-grids or renewable energy? And what are the bankability gaps that AFDB has made efforts to solve? Thank you.
Very similar questions, but not the same, not exactly the same. So, Anita, over to you.
Thank you so much, Nina, for the question. So firstly, I would say that now working from, I guess, looking from a global point of view, RBFs right now are still very much important. Grants right now are still very much important. Nobody is going to invest in mini-grids in rural communities because they're just not viable, they're not attractive. The idea of getting return on your investment within a short time frame without grants is simply impossible. And we need to also be sure, like I said, that not only are these projects delivered, but that they're also fit for purpose. So I still stand by RBFs. But what I have learned from implementing RBFs from national level to, I guess, continental level is the need for not just patient capital. When we say patient capital, we talk about equity, debt, and so on. We need patient grants as well. So the philanthropic organizations will tell you this program's for 2 years, 3 years. The IFIs, World Bank, AFDB will say 4 years, 5 years. And it could take probably 2, 3, 4 years for these companies to even just get to the point where they have bankable projects, right? And once they now get into it, 1 year left, the projects come to an end. And monies that are unspent get sent back to the donors, right? So I just feel as though there's need for our IFIs, our philanthropies, to also provide a lot more patient grants. And like David also said, we need to pair it with the necessary training to ensure a lot more local participation as well.
Yeah, thank you. Regarding bankability issues, or the ones that we identified and how we're solving them, I think she just addressed one of them, right? For mini-grids, we realized that most times they're not bankable, right? So you need some form of result-based financing to make them bankable. So on that basis, what we did, right? Just like I mentioned, Project Zafiri, what we did, similar to what he was saying, we have a technical assistance facility embedded into it, which is like around 15 to 20 million USD. And it's supposed to also help with all these bankability issues, if there's a need to set up their maybe operating model, maybe rejig it or hire more major in-house capacities and all of that. So we try to look at all of those. But one of the major things you also need to understand is the fact that the tariff structure, right, has to back the project itself. Because if financing is given, the financing must return. So I think that's where the major challenge is. So because those projects on a standalone may not be able to stand the bankability test, we need either technical assistance facilities or result-based financing to make them bankable. And so we have a couple of programs that are in the pipeline.
Thank you very much, Anu. We will pick the rest of the conversation offline. For those that I wasn't able to allow you raise your hands, like, sir, you please pick the conversations with them as they get off stage. In a nutshell, guys, thank you very much for listening to us. If you're clapping me up, that means you don't want to hear my final remark. My final remark remains that SDG 7 is the silver lining to power the rest of the 17 SDG goals and the 169 targets. And for the transition to be viable, for us in Africa, Nigeria, we do not have access, and we cannot really transition from something we do not have. So energy access remains our fundamental need, and we need to actually power our industries in order to drive industrialization before we can now talk about decarbonization for those that are very high-level climate enthusiasts. Thank you very much for listening to us, and I remain Joy Osomiameo. So yeah, family picture, please.
Thank you so much, Joy, and our panelists for that very forward-looking presentation. So we'll just step down for the presentation. Your contributions have really deepened our understanding on how financing, policy, and partnership can unlock Africans' potential, and we're very grateful for that. Thank you very much. So we'll have Dr. Victor. When you're done, you will come down, and then we have Dr. Victor join us. Yeah. Dr. Victor, please. Yeah. All right, so we'll just step down for the presentation of the certificate and another picture. I think we'll use this way. Okay, the next will be Ms. Joy for her certificate. Ms. Tengi, stand by for your certificates, please. Ms. Tengi, please, come forward for your certificate. Who's next? All right, Mr. Lajide, please come forward for your certificate. Just a moment. Just give me 1 minute. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much. And on behalf of the organizers and the management of this event, I want to thank you so much for your active participation. We look forward to welcoming you as the conversation continues tomorrow morning, same time, same place, 9 o'clock in the morning. My name is Elvis Nekusagba. It was a great time being your host. Have a great evening.